Well, good morning, Mission Raceway. Happy Sunday. Yes, it's a glorious Sunday morning as we get set for day two of the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. And it is going to be a great day. No question about that. Got lots of qualifying and eliminations to get through. We have obviously reset the start time to 11 o'clock. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It is about 10:20 right now. And so track preparation will be underway shortly as the crews get here. But 11 o'clock is the target that we are shooting for. We'll also mention a few other things. So as I was saying, if you're having trouble, I always like to mention this early in the day when there's no noise other than what you're making in your trailer, then we will have the PA working in all the pit area. But if you happen to be in a pit area where there's a little too much echo or maybe even a dead zone because of whatever reason, you can check us out. 92.7. 92.7 is the PA system, and you'll pick us up loud and clear. 92.7. And if you're looking to check out the information on Twitter, it is at Mission Raceway. So if you want to follow the calls to the lanes and things like that on Twitter, which we will do, we'll tweet those out. You can see them at Mission Raceway. So here's the run order as we speak. It's always subject to change, but the run order is looking like this. Qualifying session number 1 for non-electronic first, and then we'll go into electronic. We want door slammers in the lanes by 11:15. All right, 11:15. We want door slammers in the lanes for your 5th qualifying session. And then we'll have non-electronic. Actually, just before we have the 2nd qualifying session for non-electronics, we will have an opportunity for test and tune, and we always get the test and tune in lane 6. So that will be right after door slammers, test and tune, right after door slammers in lane 6. And then we'll go into the 2nd qualifying session for non-electronic and electronic. And then we'll go into Pro Mod, and that will sort of take care of that first hour. Want to welcome all of the weekend sponsors. Pro Mod, of course, the West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrications, Outlaw 275. The Door Slammers this weekend, presented by the Titanium Auto Group. Electronic category is presented by Vancouver Car Wrap. And non-electronics by Bubba's Speed Shop. So I want to thank all of those sponsors for their participation here this weekend. The last major event of the season at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, West Coast Outlaw Shootout. So we'll bring you up to speed on additional calls to the lanes, but we're not quite there yet. And track preparation is underway with the sprayer and the tractors, so got a few more minutes to relax, and we'll be calling you to the lanes shortly. But we will certainly be starting with non-electronic and then electronic. Everybody's had an opportunity to head to the Half Track Snack Shack, where breakfast is being served, a breakfast of all varieties. Breakfast eggers, bacon and sausage, hash browns. And later on in the day, well, actually, we're getting close to lunch, aren't we? My, how the time flies. Hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken strips, combos, French fries. Not sure if they have the chicken and waffles with syrup again today. That remains to be seen, whether that special has been carried over. It was a big hit yesterday, I know that. And also, I fully expect that BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley, will be here a little bit later on in the day with the mini donuts. I'd like to remind racers that Mission Raceway is a left side racetrack, so please ensure that your car numbers and your dial-in are large and legible on the left side of the race vehicle so that we can see it up here in the tower without having to squint. Just imagine it has to be read from about 75 feet away, so please make it large and legible, your car numbers and especially your dial-in. Usual rules apply. If you pre-stage with a wrong dial-in, that indicates to us that you have bought the dial-in and there will be no reruns. So do make your car number and your dial-in large and legible on the left-hand side of the race vehicle. So track preparation continues, and for those of you who were not quite with us a few minutes ago, I'm going to run over the run schedule again, the beginning anyway. We will commence at 11 o'clock with non-electronic Q1. That's right. Bubba Speed Shop, non-electronic, and then we'll go into the Vancouver Car Wrap electronic category for their first qualifying session of the morning. We need door slammers in the lanes by 11:15. We're just giving you the heads up, but door slammers for your qualifying session number 5. We need you in the lanes for 11:15. Following that qualifying session, we'll have all of the authorized test and tune runs. If you have a authorization for a test and tune run this morning, we'll take you in lane 6 as when we call you to the lanes, that is. That'll be after the door slammers. And then we'll go into the second qualifying session for non-electronic and electronic before we get to pro mod. So that is the initial hours run order, and we'll update you throughout the morning, but that is what we're shooting for. 11 o'clock start, and we are sitting right now at 10:40. So that should give everybody the heads up. Track preparation is more or less complete. Spraying has happened. So we'll be doing the last-minute touch-ups, so everybody can start getting somewhat close to getting ready. Non-electronic and electronic, we'll probably say that you should be on standby. It'll be a long standby. Pits, attention in the pits. Here we go. Track preparation is complete. Everybody's in position, so we're going to call you up to the lanes now. So, Bubba Speed Shop, non-electronics. We need you to the lanes, 1 and 2. Bring them up. Vancouver Car Wraps, electronic. We want you in lanes 3 and 4. And we're going to call up Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers. We need you in 5 and 6. So all 3 classes, we're calling you to the lanes. Non-electronic, 1 and 2. Electronic, 3 and 4. And Canada West Door Slammers, 2, 5, and 6 as we get ready to get racing underway here this Sunday morning. Once again, we are calling non-electronic. Qualifying session number 1 is about to get underway. We are 5 minutes away from 11 o'clock. It is 20 degrees out there. Non-electronic, we want you in 1 and 2. Electronic, 3 and 4. And Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up to 5 and 6 for your 5th qualifying session. I want to welcome all of you race fans to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. The goal of the Titanium Auto Group is to get all their customers into the vehicle they want, regardless of their credit history. And Titanium specializes in getting people of all different credit levels into cars that they want and that they deserve. You can visit them online at www.titaniumautogroup.ca. Check them out on their Facebook or Instagram pages, or visit them in person by stopping by one of their dealerships and meeting their team of outstanding Titanium employees. They'd love to see you. So we're going to get underway with Bubba's Speed Shop non-electronic. Bubba Speed Shop, of course, specializes in turning all cars of all different makes and models into serious speed machines. They perform upgrades based on each individual's customer needs. Whether it's a minor modification or an all-out custom vehicle, Bubba's is the place for you. They recognize that a hot rod build can be differently interpreted by each and every customer, so they build each car exactly to the customer's specifications, providing suggestions along the way. Bubba Speed Shop is capable of performing a vast array of specialized services. They can handle restorations, hot rod builds, drag car setups, performance and vehicle maintenance, as well as your daily general maintenance in your daily driver. You name it, Bubba Speed Shop can handle it. And Bubba Speed Shop is located at 310-20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley. They can be found right down the street from Langley Costco and directly behind PDR Diesel. And you can check them out on Facebook at Bubba's Speed Shop, the presenting sponsor for the non-electronics class that will be on track momentarily. They'll be followed by the Vancouver Car Wrap electronic category. And Vancouver Car Wrap's mission is to be the company that consumers can rely on to handle all of their automotive vinyl installations, auto detailing, and automotive signage needs. They're not only true masters of the art of applying vinyl graphics, and you can see their work on a number of vehicles here to this weekend. They have 20 years of detailing experience in the auto industry, and they conduct themselves in a reliable and professional business manner while tending to all of your automotive needs. Simply stated, Vancouver Car Wraps possess the skill sets necessary to complete a broad range of automotive applications and creations. Vancouver Car Wraps sponsoring the electronic category that will be following the non-electronics soon to hit the strip. So we're making one final call for non-electronics. Non-electronics, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 as we speak. Electronic, you should be in 3 and 4. And Canada West door slammers, bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. So we are getting set for cars to head down track. Non-electronic, 1 and 2. Electronic, 3 and 4. And door slammers, 5 and 6, please. There was a debit card that was turned in to the tower here. So if you've been looking and turning the place upside down, looking for your debit card, it's a RBC card. We won't bother saying the name, but if you have lost an RBC debit card, a Visa debit card, we have it up here in the tower. It's got your name on it, so it'll be easy to identify if it belongs to you or not. All right, here we go. Racing underway. West Coast Outlaw Shootout Day 2. Final big event of the season here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We do have one street legal event that will be up in the schedule. So on the start line right now. So Cassie Tippy and Bo Dickey heading down track. Win light comes on for Cassie, goes 11:63 at 116, but this is qualifying. So everybody's getting 2 hits at the track to see how their vehicle is performing here today, this morning. Randy Hermson in hot pursuit of Rob Monroe. Rob Monroe Jr. driving the blue Acadian, and he goes 10:69. 10:69 at 124. Randy goes 13:33, consistent as ever, 104 miles an hour. Great reaction time for Randy Hermson. Next pair. Looks like Katie Shirk over here, tower side, and rolled through the beam. So qualifying, gets to back up, and will restage both cars. Or in this case, one car and one pickup. So the orange pickup going to get there first with the 1317, 104 miles an hour. 1347 for the Jimmy. And again, everybody gets 2 qualifying hits. And we are in the Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics category. Jackson in the 67 Plymouth over on the Lordco side. Steve Sheffer in his Firebird here, Tower side. Making the run, goes 1083 for Hodgson, 1083, 12 flat for Sheffer. And if it's like yesterday, Derek Shirk in the white Monte Carlo up against Rob Monroe Sr., 31 Model A Hot Rod. Hot Rod, of course, the quicker of the two. Both taking the opportunity to see how the air is and how the vehicle performs on Sunday morning as opposed to Saturday. Wheels up as usual, taking full advantage of the wheelie bars is Rob Monroe Sr. He hits the beams at 9:08, 147 miles an hour, 10:08 at 133 for Derek Shirk in the Monte Carlo. Brings up Dave Jung and Kevin McCauley. McCauley in the old school Cutlass on the Lordco side of the racetrack. That's the spectator side. Dave Jung over here in the 69 Camaro. Let me rephrase that. I'm dyslexic. It was 96, not 69. I was thinking, wow. So Dave Jung on the money. And Kevin McCauley. Jung gets there with a 1079, 123. McCauley, 1186. Dave Jung having a perfect reaction time of trip zip. First one this morning. Perfect reaction time is 0.000. Here comes Matt Warner now. Likes to lift the front wheels on this Fairlane. Sometimes higher than others. I spoke with Matt some time back, and he said the car just loves to leave that way, so he doesn't mess with it. The weight transfer is what's all important. The car seems to keep going straight on the rear two wheels, and that's what's important. He goes 1060, 122 miles an hour. Red lights don't count in qualifying, so just ignore that. As Chris Stone rolls up in the Dart, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler, and Jim Benke in the Rad Torque sponsored Plymouth Barracuda. He's over here on the Tower side. Both of them leave with wheels in the air. And they'll hit the stripe 1320, 984 for Chris Stone and 1011 for Benke. Both of them in that 130 mile per hour range. So that is going to take care of the first round of qualifying for non-electronics. Door slammers, you should all be in lanes 5 and 6. And it certainly looks like everybody is there as we get set for qualifying session number 1 in the Vancouver Car Wrap electronic category. First up then, Nick Angelucci and Gordon Hebner. Gordon's driving the 63 Chevy over on the Lordco side. That is the spectator side of the racetrack. Over here, the 78 Malibu. Nick Angelucci. This is the electronics category, so we will see various bits of electronics in play. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you're authorized for license and test, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. license and test. We need you, if you're authorized for checking out a vehicle, we need you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Here comes Terry Langdon Davies now. 41 Willys in the Lordco lane. 27 Ford T Roadster over here, Tower side. Both cars heading down track, staying in the center of the groove. Moving along, it'll be the Roadster that gets there first with a 919. Langdon Davies 982. Roadster goes 141 miles an hour. Willys 133 miles an hour. Rick Extra and Jan Christensen now as we continue in the electronics category. Rick from Mission in the 49 Chevy pickup. Here Tower side. Christensen in the 62 Chevy 2. So 10:23 for the Chevy pickup at 120 miles an hour. Christensen in the Nova goes 8:53, 158 miles an hour. Hey, just got word that in the pro shop, if you're wandering in the pits and you need an ice cream, everything is half off. They're looking to move the ice cream out of the pro shop, and it's a good warm day to take advantage of that. And they have sold out of chocolate bars and gum. No more chocolate bars and gum, but ice cream is half off at the pro shop. So Martin Rochelle living on the 1090s in the Malibu against Steve McKenzie. Not driving his Tesla today. 880 for McKenzie, 154 miles an hour, as Martin Rochelle goes 1089 with a 127. So Derek Shirt making a run in the electronics category now in the 82 Monte Carlo. And he is going to run a 10:06, 134 miles an hour. Hey, once again, in the pits, make the call for any authorized license and test. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Authorized license and test. We need you in lanes 1 and 2 as we get set for Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. Canada West Door Slammers working with a large group of association sponsors. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor, along with Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV. All of those sponsors providing their financial support to make the 2022 Canada West Door Slammer season a success. Paul DeBree Jr. and Mike Kenworthy, first pair out of the water box. Paul DeBree Jr., of course, the outgoing champion in the category. This year, the championship was won by Paul Stretch. Paul DeBree Jr. out of Shawnigan Lake in the 66 Valiant, 565 cubic inch big block Chevy. Mike Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington in the Illusion Motorsports 92 Firebird, 584 cubic inches under the hood. So currently Paul DeBree in the number 17 spot, Kenworthy in the number 19 spot. Red lights don't count. Paul Debris Jr. will get there first with an 8:43. 8:43, just slightly better than his previous runs. 8:60 for Mike Kenworthy keeps him in the number 19 spot. As Greg Field and Jason Field get set for their first qualifying hit of the day and their last of the weekend. Greg Field in the 69 Opel GT and Jason Field in the 71 Nova. Twin-turboed Opel, looking at 112-inch wheelbase. Still a handful and always tricky to get off the line. If the Opel connects on the start line, you can expect a 6-second run from that twin-turboed Opel. Sponsors include Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco, and Active Care Auto. In the other lane, Jason Field, the owner of Greenlight Auto Sales. So Greg Field going deep. Manages to get a 652 out of the run. 652 at 223 miles an hour. He started the season hoping to hit 220 and has been hitting 220 just about every time. So he's in the number 1 spot, 652, well ahead of Mike Bedsworth's 710. So should be an interesting field as we work our way through these cars. Brad Powell now in the water box, sitting there as Ken Orser backs up the TCS JS Power Sports GTO back to the start line. Powell doing his burnout behind the start line, not going over. Orser, the Lordco lane, currently in the number 4 spot. Qualified number 4 with a 7:39. Brad Powell, number 18, with an 8:48. So Ken Orser out of Abbotsford, 2008 GTO, 598 cubic inch Chevy under the hood scoop. 582 cubic inches of Chevy power under the hood scoop of the Chevelle. Brad Powell from Linden, Washington. Orser gets there with a 7:36, a slight improvement over his 7:39. 8:46 for Brad Powell. So again, a slight improvement. Orser stays 3. Powell 18. Brings up the next pair, which is Otto Schulte in the 2005 Cavalier, the blue Cavalier on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Paul Soares here on the Tower side, 1995 Grand Prix. Pontiac power versus Chevrolet power. Paul Soares out of Terrace, BC in the Grand Prix, sponsored by Unlimited Rentals, Bear Creek Construction, and Timeline Signs. Otto Schulte from Black Creek, BC. George Strait Collision. Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco, as they're both pre-staged, getting set to break the beams and make one more qualifying pass to see how the car shakes out. Great reaction time from Otto Schulte, goes 7:50, so again, improves by a couple hun. Otto Schulte goes 7:50 with a 4, 7:99 for Paul Soares. So Soares stays in the number 14 spot, Schulte in the number 5 spot. Brings up Dave Warren and Peter Lekanis. Warren in the Blue Max, 62 Bel Air. In the number 10 spot, he's run 790, 782, looking to make an improvement here this morning as he backs up. Meanwhile, Peter Lekanis taking his time, sitting in the water box.
Canis out of Coquitlam, BC. Transporter Logistics is the primary sponsor of the 63 Corvette. .783 is the time for Dave Warren in the Blue Max. Peter DeCanis, 8:55. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We understand there are two pro mods who are looking to make some test runs. We'll put you on a 30-minute standby as we'll be calling you to the lanes for that test run. I'm speaking directly to the two pro mods who were looking to make some test runs. So 30-minute standby for you. Mike Bedsworth and Brian Ritchie. Our next pair, Bedsworth qualified number 2 right now. He has run 7:12, 7:11, and 7:10. Probably looking to get in the 7.0s with this run. Brian Ritchie, number 12, best run of 7:94. Ritchie from Poco. Ritchie Racing Engines, that black 68 Chevelle. They cruise down the line, and Mike Bedsworth goes, wow, 7:09. That is, that's interesting. 7:12, 7:11, 7:10, 7:09. So making improvements by the hundreds. Mike Bedsworth slots in number 2 spot, and Brian Ritchie stays in the number 12 spot. With that 793, 20 cars on the property. Scott Winterbottom in the water box on the tower side as Tom Katnick backs up. Katnick displaying one of the Vancouver car wraps on his 68 Camaro. TK Performance also sponsored, carrying the Titanium Auto Group logo. Out of Maple Ridge, out of Langley, though, is Scott Winterbottom with his 68 Camaro. Stepping up from the Nova he's been running for years. Doing a little bit of wiggling around is Scott Winterbottom. Tom Katnick goes 750, and that's a improvement by a hun. 791 is about 400ths better. So Tom Katnick will stay in the number 5 spot for right now, and Scott in the number 12 spot. As Derek Shirk and Grant Howell now roll back from their burnouts. Grant Howell, sponsored by Lordco in the orange 37 Chevy. Home base is Victoria, BC. And Derek Shirk from, of course, Langley. The Titanium Auto Group calls it the Beast. Titanium Auto Group, JS Power Sports, Bubba's Speed Shop, and Rad Torque, all sponsoring Derek in his racing efforts. Got the little Chevy 2 rolling forward. Currently in the number 16 spot. Has run a best of 834. And Grant Howell has run a best of 761. So the quicker car, of course, being the 37 Chevy. But it's not always the quicker car that does the winning. It's the most consistent.
consistent on the start line as well as hitting the dial-in. So Howell heading there first, and we'll break the beams with a 7:58, 177 miles an hour, 8:37. 8:37 for Derek Shirk. So Howell remains in the number 7 spot, and Derek Shirk in the number 16 spot. As Dale Phillips brings the 67 Mustang forward. In the other lane, Mike Lucas has the 68 Camaro. Classic Ford versus Chevy battle here. Both cars from northern BC, or as they like to call it, middle BC. Dale from Chetwynd. That's where the Mustang hails from. 700 cubic inches of Ford power onto the hood of that Mustang. And under the Camaro's hood, well, that's 632 cubic inches of Chevy power for Mike Lucas, who hails from Fort St. John. Mike Lucas currently in the number 4 position with a 737. Lucas getting a little out of shape off the start line, heading close to the center and then straightening it out. 742 for Mike Lucas. 742, you can tell a little off. And 769 for the other lane as Henry Zacharias rolls in. Now Henry is in the number 8 spot, 7:58 being the best time so far. Henry from Surrey, sponsored by Zacharias Investments in that 53 Corvette. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're calling non-electronic once again for your second qualifying session. We need you in 1 and 2. Electronic, we need you in 3 and 4. And then we're calling up those 2 test pro mods to 5 and 6. So Henry Zacharias goes 7:59 with a 9, 179 miles an hour, and that will take care of qualifying session number 5 for the Canada West Door Slammers. Have the opportunity for a little bit of test and tune. And so all of these cars will be making some test hits, including the 2 pro mods that we're looking to make test hits. We're calling them to 5 and 6. Cars making test runs, not necessarily running the full quarter mile, might be just doing tests to see how the car launches off the start line. and making adjustments on the start line right now. What normally would run in the Super Gas class, the Roadster Corvette style body, and that would be the 990 class with electronics. So not sure if the electronics are on board for the test pass or not. We'll know as soon as they leave the line. Yes, the electronics are there as the throttle stop comes into play, pulls power away from the motor just the right amount of time, puts it right back in, and then runs a 981. So again, your goal in the gas class is to get to a 990. 990, all cars can run quicker. They have to be able to run quicker. But the goal is to slow it down with that throttle stop just enough so that it hits the top end with a 990 or just a little bit over. 153 miles an hour for that little gasser. A couple of more test runs. Steve Skokin in the ProCharger Mustang. Lots of different power adders in the classes that have been running this weekend. Could be nitrous, could be turbos, could be ProChargers, could be superchargers, could be any one of the above. So Steve has chosen the ProCharger category, very, very popular. And so we had a disappointing final run, so looking to see what went wrong, make the changes. And in this lane over here, that is one sleeper of a Jeep. Front wheel's going to launch on that one as usual. No, managed to keep him down on the ground. So Steve Skokin, though, able to get a good launch out of the Mustang. Goes 490 at the 8th mile. Both cars racing 8th mile. So attention in the pits, we have made the call for the 2 test pro mods, but we're also making the call for the other 4 pro mods. We need you, all pro mods who are running 2 lanes 5 and 6, please. So all 4 pro mods running and the 2 test pro mods, we need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. In a classic example of the super street category, that would be the 1090 class. Goes 1130, 142 miles an hour. So not as close to the 1090 as you would like it, but nonetheless, just making a pass down the quarter mile. As Dane LeKelt brings the dragster into the water box. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers. Your ladder is going to be posted in about 15 minutes at Marcy's Trailer. So you want to check Marcy's Trailer in about 15 minutes for your race ladder. So Dane Leckelt out of Kelowna in the interior. Runs this dragster in the top dragster category. He's been known for some wild rides. There's been a few times where the tire shake has been quite outrageous. But when the car connects, it's a good 6-second runner. And problems. Looks like he lost a belt. And so we'll be coasting through the top end. 7:01, 142 miles an hour. So the safety crew heads out. Once the rubber band leaves the engine, that is it. So Dane Leckelt probably be back a little bit later on today. Make another test hit. Car looked like it was on a good pass. Didn't have any tire shake on the start line, so So attention in the pits while it's quiet. We'll make another call. Non-electronics, you should all be in 1 and 2. Non-electronics, you should be in 1 and 2. Electronics, 3 and 4. And Pro Mod, all 4 cars running, plus the 2 test Pro Mods. We need you in 5 and 6, please. And that means Top Fuel Harley, you're on standby. Mention this again about the Pro Shop as we're winding down the season. They have completely sold out of chocolate bars and gum, and they want to thank you for your support there. Ice cream, they still have some ice cream, and so ice cream is half off in the Pro Shop. And nice warm day like today, ice cream bar, ice cream sandwich might just be the ticket. So check the Pro Shop for ice cream that is half off, and also make sure that you take the opportunity to look for any of the Mission Raceway and NHRA souvenirs that need a home at your place. After Snack Shack is certainly open for business. Breakfast, well, not sure if there's any breakfast left, but certainly lots of hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken strips, combos, and French fries, and you name it. They have no chicken and waffles. They have the chicken, but they're out of the waffles. So if you didn't grab one of those yesterday, to try and keep some heat in the racing surface. But on a day like this, where the track temperature is probably just about as perfect as it could be, they're just out there applying a little bit more rubber to the surface. Mentioned earlier that the ladder for the door slammers was going to be posted at Marcy's trailer. That was about 10 minutes ago, so it might actually already be up there. Ladder for the door slammers will be at Marcy's trailer. And if you didn't find it there, it is posted at the base of the tower, and it's on Twitter for the whole world to see. This being the end of the season for some racers, and certainly the last major event here at Mission Raceway, if you are looking in your trailer, and I'm speaking directly to racers on the property, if you're looking in the trailer and you've got some old slicks that you no longer need, would like to donate to the racetrack, check with the safety crew to see if it's the size of slicks that they need for the tractors, but they're always looking for donations of used slicks. And so you might want to check with the safety crew here at Mission Raceway, and they could take some of those old slicks off your hands. So all of the no box, the non-electronic racers that are in lane 1 and I guess lane 2, we need you to check with Ken Lowe in the staging lanes. Check with Ken Lowe in regards to the race order. So we're just getting set to see the tractors off of the racing surface. We're going to be going forward with Q2, qualifying session number 2 for non-electronic. That's the Bubba Speed Shop, non-electronic, and then that will be followed by Vancouver Car Wraps electronic. I mentioned about how the ladder for the door slammers is posted at Marcy's trailer, and the fact that they are racing a cash bash this week. The points were all settled, of course, at the last race. Paul Stretch being the points champion for 2022, so congratulations to those folks and all the hard work in getting to that position. Lots of good racing going on. This weekend is a cash bash, so a big thank you going out to Derek Shirk at the Titanium Auto Group for putting up all of the coin for what is the biggest purse that the Canada West Door Slammers have ever raced for. It is $3,000 to win and $1,500 to runner up and pay back to first round winners. So lots of cash up for grabs here this afternoon with the Canada West Door Slammers. So they have got a big thank you, big shout out to Derek Shirk at the Titanium Auto Group for all of his efforts in doing just an amazing job keeping racing thriving here over the year of 2022. Certainly you can see by the awning on the start line that the Titanium Auto Group has stepped up in a major way, not only sponsoring events and activities and races within races, but sponsoring a goodly number of the actual race cars on the property. See the Titanium Group name everywhere. So thank you so much, Derek Shirk. I hear cars fired up underneath the bridge, and that means Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics Q2 qualifying session number 2 is about to get underway. We're going to start with Dave Jung and Bo Dickey. You can see Dave Jung's 96 Camaro loaded up with contingency stickers. That's a car that has run in the Superstock class at national or regional or divisional events. That's just one of Dave Jung's race stable. Sidney Jung racing the Malibu, which also has its fair share of contingency stickers. Over here, Tower Side, sponsored by Lordco Bay Industries. That's the 93 S10 with Bo Dickey behind the wheel. Bo, of course, working his way up from the Junior Street program. Wow, that's twice in a row that Dave Jung has had a perfect reaction time. Twice in a row, so Dave Jung is on fire with his reaction time. Goes 10.79 at 122 miles an hour. Bo goes 13.16, and his reaction time was 0.06. So I'm thinking that Bo had an ear to Dave, and as soon as he heard Dave launch, he did as well, and both of them had great reaction times. Dave, was perfect. So Steve Sheffer in the 69 Pontiac Firebird. Heading down track on the Lordco side. On the TCS side, well, that's Cassie Tippy in the 65 Nova wagon. Cassie gets there with an 1190 for the Firebird. 116 miles an hour for the 65 Nova wagon, 113 for the 69 Pontiac. Rob Monroe and Randy Hermson. Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian. Randy Hermson in the 58 Oldsmobile. So Monroe, mechanic out of Surrey, driving the blue Acadian. Basically the same reaction time as Randy Hermson. Monroe goes 10:79, 13:28 for Randy Hermson in the Oldsmobile. Kevin McCauley and Rob Monroe Sr. now. Rob Monroe, 31 Model A. It's a hot rod. 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. Sitting out front, that wheel standing Model A. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harley and ProMod Bikes. We need you to the lanes, please. Top Fuel Harley and ProMod Bikes. This is your call to the lanes. So McCauley goes 1191 on that last pass. 902 for the hot rod, the 31 Model A of Rob Monroe Sr. As Derek Shirk rolls into the beams in the Monte Carlo. Derek doing double duty in a couple of classes. Driving in the door slammers and driving the Monte Carlo here. 10:06 a pair. 10:06 a pair. The pickup running in that same range. 10:06 with an 8 against the 10:06 with a 0. 120 miles an hour for the pickup, 134 for Derek. Matt Warner and Rob Hodgson now. Matt's out of Linden, Washington. He's an auto tech there at Burlington Automotive, driving the Mercury. Oh! Not able to wait for the tree. Rob Hodgson heads down. And Rob Hodgson runs a 1084. 1084 on the 67 Plymouth. Hey, tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we've got you on a 15-minute standby call. 15-minute standby call for Canada West Door Slammers. So Matt Warner backs it up and makes the run with a nice giant wheel stand as per usual. 10:59, 122 miles an hour. As Chris Stone and Jim Benke roll up to the beams. Chris Stone, sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Products, Auto Group, BG Fuel, and Rad Torque sponsoring the 67 Plymouth of Jim Benke. Similar reaction times, 9:71 is the elapsed time for Chris Stone, 10:07 for Benke. So this weekend, Stone has been consistently running in the 9s and Benke in the low 10s. And here comes Rob Jonkind from Langley. Again, showing the Titanium Auto Group sponsorship for the 48 orange Chevy pickup. And Katie Shirk in the other lane, also sponsored by Titanium, 86 Jimmy. So 1323 for the 48 Chevy pickup, 104 miles an hour, 1315 at 103 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of the Bubba Speed Shop non-electronic category as we now roll into the Vancouver Car Wrap electronics. So go a little bit quicker here with cars using electronics of some sort. Electronics usually in the form of a delay box or throttle stop or that kind of thing. Makes for interesting racing as cars will launch hard off the start line, and then a lot of times you'll see them just sort of what appears to be bogged down as the throttle stop will shut the engine down a little bit and delay it from hitting full performance, and then if the timing is right, kick it back in so that you hit the top end exactly when you want to be there on your dial. So Terry Langdon Davies takes the 41 Willys to a 998, 136 miles an hour. Nick Angelucci goes 1089, 123 miles per hour in the 78 Malibu from Agassiz, BC. Now, if you're looking at that 1090 number in the Super Combo category, Martin Rochelle, here Tower Side, is your guy. He lives in the 1090 zone. Surrey, BC runner has been racing that Malibu for a good number of years and knows what it does. Cam Shantz in the other lane from Prince Rupert is in the 27 Ford T Roadster. Martin staging ever so shallowly. Taking a shot at the tree. Went 1,000 red, but it still qualifies, so he's okay. Chance goes 914, 1088 with a 9, 128 miles an hour for Martin Rochelle. When he comes back for eliminations, I'm quite sure that we will see a 1090 as the dial-in for Martin Rochelle. Cam Shantz goes 140 on that run in the 27 Roadster. That brings up Gordon Heber and Jan Christensen. Jan calls the car El Gringo. Chevy Nova from Langley. And it's also a 63 Chevy in the other lane. So you can see the reaction time on the scoreboard there. 0:11 for Jan Christensen as he runs an 8:53 at 158 miles an hour. In the other lane, Gordon Heber goes 9:13 at 146 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Steve McKenzie and Derek Shirk. Yesterday, Steve McKenzie, while repairing this car, was racing his Tesla.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Authorize, license, and test. We need you in 3 and 4, please. Authorize, license, and test. 3 and 4. Bring them up. As Derek Shirk and Steve McKenzie get set to head down the quarter mile on their second qualifying pass of the day. So McKenzie has a great reaction time of 0:05. He runs 8:84, 154 miles an hour. Derek Shirk goes 10:11, 133 miles an hour. And that is going to take care of the Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics second qualifying session. The next time we see those cars on the racetrack, it will be in Eliminations. 2 come up, 1 goes on, and 1 goes on the trailer. It's a brutal sport, and I'm looking at Top Fuel Harleys underneath the bridge right now. That looks like Jim Schellenberg. So as you see, they start the Top Fuel Harleys with the rider standing on the side, not wanting to be laying down on the manifold while the motorcycle starts up. Jim was in the 680s yesterday, so undoubtedly looking to make an improvement here today. Jim's a truck driver out of Surrey and has a number of sponsors supporting his racing efforts, from Fastlane Custom Cycles, Thiessen Hot Rod, Reckless Restorations, LMS Reinforcing, and Alder Auto. So let's see how Jim performs. Check out the body English, as the steering is limited on the Top Fuel Harley, and whoa, he was working hard to keep it off the center line. He had to get off the throttle and set it down. He runs 7:32. That was a tough run because the wheel's up off the ground, of course, and you're trying to steer it, and the only thing you got to do is lean hard to get it back in the groove. He was heading towards the center line, so he had to get off the throttle, set that front wheel down so that he had some steering ability, and was able to get it through with a 7:32 at 187 miles an hour. So Top Fuel Harley, of course, presented by Big Kids Racing. And that's going to bring up, I believe, Pro Mod motorcycles. So attention in the pits while it's quiet. We gave a 15-minute standby call to Canada West Door Slammers a while back. Make that a 7.5-minute standby call now. In other words, you're getting close. We'll be calling you to the lanes momentarily. Canada West Door Slammers.
So we're looking at Pro Mod bikes now. The Pro Mod category going from the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Pro Modified is essentially a purpose-built motorcycle. It's highly modified, production-based engine dragsters. They run 9.99 ETs or quicker. They have various fuel and fuel delivery options. Those are all legal. Weight restrictions are enforced, so that is typically the Pro Modified. Now, the ones we have here today have been running in the, a 7-second category, so they have been quick bikes and fast as well. Pro Mod bike presented by MTMM Performance. I want to thank them for their support of the racing category. Problems for Jeff on the Lordco side, not able to make the run. Attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call. First round of eliminations. Bring them up. 5 and 6, please. Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call for first round of eliminations. Bring them up to lanes 5 and 6, please. See, we have the safety crew out on the strip, just doing a little bit of monitoring, checking the racing surface after the last motorcycle ran down. Matt McKay-Smith sitting in the water box right now, on hold. So, attention in the pits, attention in the pits, non-electronics. That's right, Bubba Speed Shop, non-electronics. We're now calling you for round 1 of eliminations, 1 and 2. Bring them up to lanes 1 and 2, please. Non-electronics. So Matt McKay-Smith just completes his burnout. Merritt, BC is where Matt's from, where he is a mechanic at mtmmperformance.com. That's easy for me to say. He's on a 2018 Suzuki 1300cc, and he is your 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod bike champion. So he knows a thing or two about Pro Mod bikes. Matt McKay-Smith has run so far this weekend 673, 673, 667. So let's see what he can deliver here on this run his fourth run of the weekend. Shifting issues right at the hip, but he worked through it. 747, 191 miles an hour, and obviously not going to be super happy with that run, but made it down the track and kept on it. Roadster class Super Gas. The Roadster class in Super Gas is just something that has taken off over the last number of years. Provides the driver with maximum visibility because we're working on the 990 class. So you're looking to get to the finish line by 990 ahead of your competition, and you want to know exactly where that competition is all the time. So the open cockpit like that provides you great visibility to see where your competition is at the stripe. 979 on that test run, 153 miles an hour. 979. All cars running in the Index series, whether it be 1090, 990, or 890 in the Super Comp, all cars will run much quicker than that designation. And so the trick is using the various electronics on board to slow the car down time-wise, so that you get there at the designated 990, 1090, or 890. This car would be running in perhaps Super Street. 1090, you see the throttle stop come in and take power away from the car, comes back in and sends the car down under full power because basically trying to restrain it. Goes 1083. So the timing on the throttle stop needs to be adjusted just a little bit so that they get that motor back under power about a tenth sooner. And that is the trick of index racing. You want to launch hard, and then you're going to lose the power in the motor for a designated amount of time. And if your timing is right, well, you'll get there on the 1090 or the 990. When I talk about these cars using a delay box, that's a slang term to describe sort of an onboard timer. And it's a transmission brake delay timer, or trans brake for the sake of the slang used. It forces the race car to remain stationary at the starting line in gear. So regardless of how much engine power is applied. And then when the tree is activated to start the race, the driver triggers the delay box to begin timing. And if the driver does not interrupt the timing device, the car is launched down the track at the instant the timer expires, and you want that to be when the green light comes on. So that's part of the electronics process. The other, in terms of index racing for throttle stop, if you're in one of those classes, you need to be able to run your index no matter what the conditions are. So you need to have enough power to be able to run under your index and know how to slow it down to reach your index number, whether that's 890, 990, or 1090, as I've been talking about. You want to reach that index with the use of throttle stops and timers. Now, what type of racing? That type of racing produces some of the closest races at any given event. You want to stand at the finish line and just see how close some of that racing is. Here's another test run. Larry Yampolsky. It's interesting, over the years, people have gone to bigger and bigger engines, and because of that, they are on the throttle stop for longer periods of time. You'll see cars out there on the throttle stop for a couple of seconds. And the reason they have done that is so that the entire race is in front of them. The other car and the finish line are also in front of them. It's easier to make decisions on what to do at the finish line if you've got everything in front of you instead of looking over your shoulder to find the other car and losing sight of the finish line. So it is a completely different type of racing in the index classes, but it is exciting and it is super close. So losing traction on the start line, Larry Yampolsky gets off the throttle and gets right back on it. Goes 795 in the 8th mile. So doing a little bit of track prep in anticipation of Eliminations coming up next. And the first round of Eliminations is going to be for Canada West Door Slammers. They will be first out of the gate. Total of 20 cars in the Canada West Door Slammers field. Presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. It is a cash bash for them. Their point series was decided last race, where Paul Stretch became the victor and the 2022 Door Slammer champion. So congratulations to Paul Stretch. He is not here this weekend. Might be celebrating still. Not sure. In any case, we do have a full field of 20 Canada West Door Slammers on the property. And so they are all in the staging lanes getting set for their first round of elimination. We'll see 20 this round and 10 the next. I want to welcome all of you race fans here as we get set for elimination round number 1 for Canada West Door Slammers. This being the final major event of the season here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. West Coast Outlaw Shootout. And all of you race fans who got your admission and sitting on the spectator side, facing the tower, we're waving back at you. It's good to have you out here. Just want to remind you that your admission did get you a pit pass. So if you feel like wandering over the bridge and heading into the pits at any time during the day, feel free to do so. Your admission did get you that pit pass. We would ask, though, that anyone crossing the bridge not use it as a spectator site. Just keep on moving. We don't want anybody having any incidents on the bridge. So it's a great way to get over to the pits, but not necessarily to watch the races. So we've got the tractor doing a last-minute rub on the track as we get ready for this first round of racing. It's going to be hot and heavy as Door Slammers will be out, and then it'll be non-electronics, Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics, and then I saw some more motorcycles pulling up into the lanes. So Pro Mod will be coming out. 4 Pro Mods making some runs a little bit later on in the afternoon.
And then 2 will be testing as well. So hopefully see some 200-mile-per-hour runs out of the pro mods, although they are racing to the 8th mile. So it's more likely going to be 180, 190 miles an hour. The other reason I mentioned to all of you race fans on the spectator side, the Pro Shop has ice cream for half price. So you may want to head over to the Pro Shop, and if you haven't finished all of your Christmas shopping as yet, well, they've got all kinds of good stuff at the Pro Shop. Everything from apparel to hoodies to die-cast cars, stickers, pins, even glassware. All that is available. You could do all of your Christmas shopping in one fell swoop by heading over to the Pro Shop. So we do encourage you to pick up a Mission Raceway or NHRA souvenir before you leave the race here this weekend. So that's another reason to hop over to the pit side. Watch some of the racers as they prepare their cars in between rounds. A ton of activity for everybody here this weekend at Mission Raceway. So, all right, if you're not in the bleachers, I would suggest now's a good time to get there as we're going to get set. Greg Field coming underneath the bridge. He's your number one qualifier right now, 6:52 at 223 miles an hour. Greg's got that 69 Opel hopped up and running like a clock this weekend. In the other lane, Jason Field rolls into the water box. Ritchie Racing engines under the hood. So Greg Field in the 69 Opel GT, sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco, Active Care Auto, and Jason Field, Green Light Auto Sales. So Jason Field, these cars will work on a handicap system, dialed in at 804. 654 is the number that Greg Field has on the scoreboard at the top end. So the handicap will be coming down by a couple of seconds, about a second and a half, in favor of the Lil Overkill 71 Nova. So you'll see the Nova leave first, and then the Opel, the white Opel, will have to sit patiently and catch him. Everybody's green. Good hookup for the Opel. Jason Field way out front. Not able to stay out in front, though, as Greg Field comes right around him, goes 647 on a double breakout, 222 miles an hour. It was real tight at the top end, though. 0.006 of a second separated the two of them as Greg Field was working hard to get around that car of Jason Field. So Jason got there first, but then Greg Field came right around him in the last few inches. And that brings up Mike Kenworthy and Dale Phillips. Now, Kenworthy, over here on the Firebird side, He's from Arlington, Washington. On the Mustang side, he's from Chetwynd, BC's. Handicap going to the Firebird. No red lights at the start line, but a great reaction time. Wow, not able to hold on to that lead. 004 reaction time for Mike Kenworthy, but Dale Phillips on a double breakout manages to stay closer to his dial. He goes 766 against a 769 to advance into the next round. And once again, the margin of victory, only 2 thousandths of a second. So Dale Phillips wins that round by 2 thousandths of a second. Sitting in the water box, Mike Lucas in the black and white Camaro here on the tower side, your number 4 qualifier. Dialed in at 7:42 from Fort St. John. And Paul Soares from Terrace, your number 14 qualifier in the 95 Grand Prix. The Grand Prix is going to get the head start by about a half a second here, a little better than half a second. And then it's all going to be decided at the stripe. Both cars moving forward to break the stage, pre-stage and stage beams. Taking a second before they bump in. Once again, everything's clean and green on the start line. At the stripe, the win light comes on for Mike Lucas. 7:42 as Paul Soares goes too quick. 7:42 on a 7:42 dial. Read the shoe polish real carefully. 7:42.4, 185 miles an hour to advance Mike Lucas. Henry Zacharias now and Brad Powell. Powell from Linden, Washington in the silver Chevelle. Lordco side of the racetrack. Henry Zacharias over here, tower side. He's qualified number 8 with a 7:58. He's got 7:60 on the scoreboard. That's the number he's shooting for. Brad Powell, 8:48. That's his number. Qualified number 18. The Linden runner is going to get the head start on the tree. Both cars pre-staged, bump forward another 7 inches or so. Break the stage beams. Nobody anxious to do it. Waiting. Still waiting. Who's going in first? It's going to be Henry Zacharias. Brad Powell. He's in too. Red light start for Henry Zacharias. Win light comes on for Brad Powell, goes 8:48, 157 miles an hour as the red light takes Henry out of competition. Dave Warren now, the Blue Max he calls it, 62 Bel Air. Likes to do long burnouts over the start line. In the other lane, Peter Lucanis. Peter keeps his burnouts behind the start line. Stays in the water box just a little bit longer so as not to disrupt the timing of the teams. Transporter Logistics is the sponsor of that 63 Corvette. 502 cubic inches under the hood. Dialed in at 8:56. Dave Warren, 7:83. So the Bel Air, the quicker of the two vehicles. It's always a matter of who has the better reaction time and who is closer to the dial-in time. That's where the consistency comes into play. Dave Warren rolls quickly into pre-stage, as does Peter. Both ready to go. Oh, shallow staging for Peter. He's going to have... Dave Warren goes red. Not sure if the flickering bulb had anything to do with that, but Peter Lucanis picks up the win, 861. He was staging ever so carefully. You could see the bulb flickering on and off, so he was just touching the infrared beam. Next up, then, Mike Bedsworth, your number 2 qualifier, and Scott Winterbottom over here, tower side. Scott not racing the 62 Nova, instead going with the 68 Camaro the last couple of races. 358 cubic inch small block Chevy. And Mike Bedsworth, building engineer out of Marysville, Washington, driving the 96 Cutlass. As I say, qualified number 2. He's got 710 on the window. And on the scoreboard, 792 for Scott. So Camaro leaves first, but goes red, as Mike Bedsworth has a perfect reaction time of trip zip. So win light for Mike Bedsworth. As he sails through the top end, shoots out 710 at 191 miles an hour. Scott turning on the red bulb, taking himself out of competition. And here comes Paul Debris Jr. and Grant Howell. Paul Debris Jr. from Shawnigan Lake in the 66 Valiant straight line race cars, sponsored also by B&D Lift Trucks. Qualified number 17. 844 is the dial-in. And Grant Howell out of Victoria, sponsored by Lordco, driving that orange 37 Chevy. Dialed in at 760, your number 7 qualifier. So the Valiant, the black Valiant, will be leaving start line first on the handicap tree system. Grant Howell will have to sit patiently and try and catch him. Everybody's green here. No red lights to contend with this time as they head down track. The wind light comes on for Grant Howell as Paul Debris goes too quick. 760 on a 760 dial, so dead on 5. 7605. 177 miles an hour as Grant Howell moves on into the next lane. Brian Ritchie and Ken Orser, our next 2 competitors. Ritchie Racing Engines here on the tower side. Sponsors include Greenlight Auto Sales as well as Ritchie Racing Engines. 793 is the dial-in for Brian. Ken Orser in the TCS JS Power Sports sponsored GTO. Backing up into the sticky tracks just laid down by the burnout. Ken Orser's dialed in at 737, so the quicker of the 2 cars over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Brian Ritchie gets just a little bit of a handicap start here. It's going to be by about 0.6 of a second. One car pre-stage, set to go. Orser just inching slowly into the pre-stage beam. Orser out of Abbotsford. Brian Ritchie out of Poco. Red light start for Ken Orser as he was anxious to get it done. So the wind light comes on for Brian Ritchie. 793 at 171 miles an hour. Here comes Derek Shirk and Otto Schulte. So Derek Shirk out of Langley over here, tower side.
and Otto Schulte of Black Creek. Schulte is retired. Been driving in the Canada West Door Slammer Series for a good number of years. 2005 Cavalier. This time he's dialed in at 751. So Derek Shirk gets the handicap start. Will Derek be able to stay out in front? He does not. Otto Schulte gets around him. 754. Good to advance into the next round. So Otto Schulte moving on in the 2005 Cavalier as Tom Katnick and Howie Winklehorst will be our next competitors, and I think our final competitors in the Door Slammers. First round of eliminations. As I say, 20 came to the line. 10 will be moving on into the next round. Howie Winklehorst in the 55 Chevy. Over on the Lordco side, 828 is the dial-in. 751 for Tom Katnick. So Tom, over here, tower side in the chrome red Camaro, the 68 Camaro. Your number 5 qualifier up against your number 15 qualifier. Howie gets the handicap start. Here comes Tom. Got to try and get around that 55 Chevy, and does. Goes 752 in the process. 183 miles an hour. Howie kept his foot in it too much. Went under the 828 dial. Goes 824. So that is going to be it for first round of Canada West Door Slammer action, presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. Here we go with non-electronics. Bubba's Speed Shop, non-electronics. First round of eliminations. Rob Johnkin in the 48 Chevy, getting the big handicap start over Rob Monroe Sr.'s 31 Model A Ford. That little hot rod going to get around the pickup at the top end? Yes, he does. Manages to drive around him, goes 897 on an 896 dial, so close enough to the shoe polish on the window. Rob Monroe takes the 31 Model A into round number 2 as Katie Shirk and Rick Hextra will be the next competitors. Rick in the 49 Chevy and Katie in the 86 Jimmy. 13:16 is the time on the scoreboard for Katie in the Jimmy, and so Katie gets the handicap. Attention in the pits. Authorized license and test. We need you to 5 and 6, please. Authorized license and test to 5 and 6. Bring them up. So I'm going to turn things over to Nolan for a few minutes, and I'm going to check out what's going on in the pro shop.
Kevin McCauley going to take out the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. The old school Cutlass going to be moving on over into round number 2 as we work our way through non-electronics. Bring it up, Banky, in the Radtor Systems, 1969. Plymouth Barracuda, along with Bucky's Mini Excavating Services, racing Rob Monroe's Acadia. Two green lights, hightailed it up towards the quarter mile. Give it up for Jim Banky, who will move on into the next round by 18 thousandths of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers rerun. Peter Lakinis and Dave Warren, we need you back to the stage lanes ASAP to rerun your first round of eliminations in Canada West Door Slammers. Bo Dickey taking off in the Lordco Auto Parts of Bay Industrial S10. He's going to break you out, running the 1318 with a 7 on the 1319 dial. Just 3 thou under, giving Rob Hodgson a free pass on the Surrey Speed Center Plymouth up into the next round of eliminations for non-electronics. Steve Sheffer next. Birthday weekend here for Steve Sheffer TCS side. Down and then an 1199 in the Pontiac, racing Matt Warner's Burlington Automotive and Hanson Machine Work. Machine out of Linden, Washington. Both racers off on green lights. And it'll be Steve Sheffer to move into the next round, outlasting Matt Warner at the top end. Warner not able to make the pass. That will then leave Cassie Tippy down in 1172 in the Nova wagon to race Dave Jung in his super stock 1996 Chevy Camaro down at a 1082. Cassie Tippy is going to stay out in front of Dave Jung. And with that, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Electronics, we need you down to lanes 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. Electronics, come on down to lanes 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations. Bring it up for Derek Shirk at the Titanium Auto Group. Monte Carlo. Belonging to Lorenz Schwartz, racing Chris Stone at the Stone Cold Racing, Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Group, and BG Fuel Products Dodge Dart. Both drivers with green lights. It's a close race at the top end. Breakout for Derek Shirk. Going 1,000th of a second under the dial, and Chris Stone will move on. That's going to wrap it up for the meantime for Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics in our first round here of eliminations on the afternoon.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
From imports to domestics, McLeod's drivetrain components are built to handle the abuse. Clutches, flywheels, and transmissions. McLeod's 25,000 square foot manufacturing facility will accommodate you no matter what you drive. From the street to the track, become McLeod equipped.
Pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds, we're calling you up to lanes 3 and 4. West Coast Pro Modifieds, we need you down to lanes 3 and 4. So just going to be rolling into a couple of test hits now as we will continue to steadily work our way through today's program. Yet another super street car. Mark Downing taking his Malibu to our third trip zip of the day among two different drivers. The other two belong to Dave Jung, who got those trip zips back to back. Chance and Jan Christian going to bring up our first pairing in Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics on this Sunday afternoon. The Chance Enterprises Roadster dialed at 890 will race Jan Christensen's El Gringo Nova dialed at 853. Two drivers with green lights. One of them, though, is significantly better than the other. This race is coming up. Christensen, and sure enough, the El Gringo Nova going to make the pass up at the quarter mile. Jan Christensen will be through into number two. Bring up Terry Langdon Davies in the TLMD Construction Willys racing Gordon Hidberg in the Chevrolet. Gordon Hidberg already fully staged, just waiting on Terry Langdon Davies to bump the Willys forward. Gordon Hidberg going to turn on the red light by 9,000ths of a second. Terry Langdon Davies will be through to round 2. Bring up Steve McKenzie back in the Cavalier after he had problems after just one qualifying hit yesterday. And that will also leave Derek Shirk in the Titanium Autogroup Monte Carlo. That car owned by Lorenz Schwartz, but Shirk, the owner here, taking it out for a spin. Steve McKenzie going to light the pre-stage bulbs first as Lorenz Schwartz continues to roll the Monte Carlo forward. Sure will be having over a second lead on McKenzie. Both drivers have a pair of green lights. Dave Shirk will stay out in front. Whole shot win, taking that one by almost a full 0.4 of a second. Steve McKenzie will be packing it up. That leaves Martin Rochelle in the Superstream Malibu racing Nick Angelucci in the Malibu. A pair, and they're pretty close together. 0.03 of a second will separate them on the tree, a 1090 to a 1093. Nick Angelucci, though, will go red, allowing Martin Rochelle into round number 2. That'll wrap up Vancouver Car Wraps Electronics' first round of eliminations. As we continue to work our way through the West Coast Outlaws Pro Mod Shootout. Preparations currently underway. I see a couple of test passes behind the tower here, and then our Pro Mod field looks like it's ready to rumble.
Like we have got some pro mod action happening. Hey, before we get there, Zach, are you in the crowd? Wave. Hey, there he is with the hat. Welcome to Mission Raceway. Not your first time, right? Well, it's first time. Excellent, excellent. We'll have to connect. So, Keith, fill us in. 4 running, 2 testing.
Yeah, the war of attrition, that's been the words we've used all year long with trying to budget parts because parts are hard to find. The cost of fuel just to get the tow vehicle here is tough sometimes. But, we had 7 cars on the property at one point. Erlacher Motorsports with that split-window Corvette found some damage to the chassis that wasn't repairable here. And so he was unable to make it. And the other 2 racers, Ryan Hayward and Steve Nicholson, they're trying out a lot of new stuff. And there's a few gremlins going on there. So they just said, we're just going to test, still try to come out and put on a show. But this will be our last semifinal for our 2022 season with the West Coast Pro Modifieds.
There you go. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The rerun for Canada West Door Slammers. We need you back to the staging lanes, please. Dave Warren, Peter Lucanis, we need you back in the staging lanes, please.
So the MHPD #1 qualifier went to Ken Sahota with his 395, and we were talking about this last night with the 427 big block Chevy.
Oh yes,
Ken Sahota's car.
The 427, right?
Right.
You didn't see the air quotes there.
Right. So when I talked to Ken today, and it was actually Jazz, his lovely wife, that told me that was obviously incorrect, and it was just in there to play the game. But it's not a 959. I thought it was a 959. It's actually quite small for our Pro Mod level engines. That is a 833 in there.
Wow.
But only
833 cubic inches.
Almost double what he has claimed.
Okay. All right. So he is the #1 qualifier right now. The only one to get in the 3s. 395 with a 6 was his best. Now, in the other lane, Rick Barnhart in what we already talked about is my favorite Mustang body style. So 417. I'm telling you, it's my favorite. Absolutely. I love that body style. The Mustang flatback. It's a love it or hate it body. But then, hey, I drive a PT Cruiser, so what do I know, right? There you go. So
yeah, Rick Barnhart's going to try to pull off the upset here with the twin turbo.
Wow, loss of traction on the start line right off for Ken.
And guess what? With Sahota leaving like that, leaves before the tree is even activated with the red light, Barnhart gets the freebie
win. Yep.
To go on to the final round.
So, just for the record, 5:52 for Ken Sahota. Remember, they're racing to the 8th mile, 131 miles an hour. Rick goes 6:59, 76 miles an hour, and collects the win. So, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Can we still say things like that?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Not sure.
I don't think we're going to get canceled over it.
So here is the next pair coming up, and lo and behold, it's another one of those 71 Mustangs.
Beautiful, beautiful car, and like I said, there is a portion of that car that is the car that Tom Riethmeyer drove around in high school.
That's wild.
Captain Caveman, both of them qualified. They qualified within 0.02 of a second of one another on qualifying day. So if both of these cars get off the line and take it out there, this could be a very close side-by-side drag race.
Yeah, that's right. 405 against a 407. So it could be. Pause for burnout.
So Kowalski out of Fort St. John.
And Kowalski's having troubles with the car getting in reverse again.
Yeah, you explained that yesterday. That
I'm not sure what's going on here. I mean, Kowalski said he couldn't use fifth gear. Oh, I see the window net come down. They're trying to push him out of the way, and then they'll hop over the wall.
Yeah, he's coming out right now. That's unfortunate. Yeah, he had it working the last run yesterday. So single for Tom. Lot of tire shake on that one.
Wow. So there was definitely quite the track yesterday with all that radial prep out there. These both of the finalists are going to have to find a way to maybe tame those cars down, because that was a whole lot of tire speed that turned into shake very quickly for Riethmeyer, and also we saw Barnhart, blaze the tires as well right off the line. So this could be a pedal fest in the final if things keep going this way. But we got Barnhart and Riethmeyer in the final round. I'm pretty sure that's a first for both of them with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. They'll be going for the win here in a few hours.
Okay. So we'll see you back in a little bit. Now we've got the two others that are going to be just making some test passes, right?
Correct. I knew they were working on both cars. Right now, I don't see them in the lanes, but they may be up later on in the day as well.
Right.
Both cars trying to get tested up and ready for Las Vegas Streetcar Super Nationals.
Yes. Okay.
Want to send a big shout out just before I leave, Jerry. Thanks for having me up here, but I want to send a big shout out to the West Coast Pro Modifieds official photographer and media manager, Lauren Sandsgret's birthday today.
Oh, we'd sing happy birthday if we could.
Well, I definitely can't sing. My son knows that from the drive down here all the time. He loves it when I sing Brooks and Dunn, My Maria.
Oh,
he loves it. Thanks for chatting with the chap, guys. We really appreciate it, and we'll be sending it in the final round here in a little bit.
Okay, talk to you later. All right, so that is going to do it for the Pro Mods for this session. So just got word that BS Espresso, Barry and Shelley are closed for the day. But while I was out and about, I did see that the good folks from the Badass Garage are on the property selling their wares. I have not had an opportunity to mention that so far today. So I do want to draw your attention that, again, if you're looking for some great souvenirs, the folks at the Badass Garage have got just about everything you need for your garage, for your cave, for your whatever you call it. They have got pretty much everything and anything that you need to decorate your man cave. They got neon signs, they got tin signs, wood signs and decals, die-cast, new and vintage arcade machines. They even at their shop have gas pumps, flags, antiques, and, taxidermy. So if that floats your boat, taxidermy is at the Badass Garage. You can check them out here on the property and also on Shouck Road in Mission. One of the things I didn't mention that they do is neon signage. That's right. So if you are in the market for a neon sign and you can't find what you're looking for, they will do custom neon signs. And that's something that you'll want to take up with them. So as I was just wandering in the pits there a little while back, ran into Nate Gagnon, and we were talking just ever so briefly about how close he has gotten on that Top Fuel Harley to the record here at Mission Raceway. The record, which goes back, I guess to about 2014. Damian Cowden set that on September 7th. It's 6:24. And a mile per hour by Tommy Grimes, same weekend, 234. So last night, he was creeping up on it with a 6:29. So just a few hundreds off of that 6:24. And Nate says he's creeping up on it. We're going to get there, he says. So we'll see. Maybe a little bit later on this afternoon, that just might be the case. We'll have a brand new record in Top Fuel Harley here at Mission Raceway. So doing a little bit of track prep as we get ready to fill the staging lanes and go with our next rounds of competition. So coming up, then, we have got runs from the Top Fuel Harleys. That will be coming up shortly. And we also have round 2 of electronic and non-electronic. And then Door Slammers will be back in their second round with 10 cars left in competition. As it sits in non-electronic, 2, 4, 6, 8 cars left in competition take us to the semifinal. We are in the semifinal right now for electronics, so we are working our way through the program. If you're not in the lanes already, Peter Lucanis and Dave Warren, we need to rerun your run from the first round. So hopefully you are in the staging lanes, and we will get set to rerun that. So this is a doubleheader weekend for the non-electronics folks and electronics. Yesterday, of course, we had the Outlaws here, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, the final event, major event at Mission Raceway. The non-electronics competition from yesterday. Let's work out what happened. Of course, Dave Jung was your winner in the category, and he made his way there. In round number 1, of course, it was random, but when it came to round number 2, Dave Jung took out Randy Hermson to get himself into round number 3. And in round number, actually that was round 2, and in round number 3, came up against Rob Monroe Jr., and then that was a foul, so Dave Jung went into round number 4, up against Jim Benke, and had the better reaction time in 0:18 against Jim's rather tardy 0:86. Not sure what happened. He got distracted there. In any case, Dave Jung picked up the win there to go into the final up against Chris Stone. And Chris made his way into the final by first meeting up in round number 2 against Brad Owens in his 55 Chevy, and managed to work his way into the next round up against the 65 Nova wagon of Cassie Tippy, and had a slightly better reaction time to move into the next round, where Chris took on Kevin McCauley in the old school 83 Cutlass. There, again, Kevin, wow, sorely distracted with a reaction time that started with a 2, and Chris nailed the tree 009, and that got him into the final against Dave Jung, where the two battled it out, and Dave Jung was victorious with a win light as Chris Stone turned on the red light, went 040 red.
So congratulations to Dave Jung for yesterday's win in the non-electronics. That's the Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics category. Yesterday's electronics race presented by Vancouver Car Wraps, well, that had in the final Martin Rochelle and Jan Christensen. Christensen started with a, of course, random round and wound up in round number 2 up against Nick Angelucci. Had the better reaction time and the win light, so went into round number 3 where there was an odd number of cars, and so Jan Christensen got the single and took him to the next round, the semifinal round, where he met up with Steve McKenzie, who was not racing his regular car but was racing his Tesla, and Jan was the victor there. Moved into the final round. Martin Rochelle made his way there in the second round, coming up against the 27 Ford T Roadster of Cam Shantz. Shantz was, they were both red, but the less red was Martin Rochelle, 013 to an 017. And so Martin Rochelle moved into round number 3 against Derek Shirk. Shirk turned on the red light in that round, so Martin Rochelle moved on and had the bye run with 3 cars left in competition in the semi. So Martin Rochelle goes into the final, where it was Martin Rochelle and Jan Christensen, and Martin Rochelle came out on top of that. Virtually identical reaction times for both drivers, but it was Martin Rochelle who got to the finish line first and picks up the win in the Vancouver Car Wraps electronics category. So that's what happened yesterday for the 2 of those categories. And we are just now running a couple of test cars as we get set for the next round of racing action. So strong hit off the line and then off the gas. 8th mile runner, so goes 597, 84 miles an hour on that test pass. And we are getting set for the rerun from round number 1. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Non-electronics, we need you to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Non-electronics, we need you into the staging lanes, please. Bring them up. So if you remember, in round 1, there was a slight bit of confusion on the starting line at the Christmas tree level. There was some flickering going on behalf of Peter Lucanis, and apparently the car was just taking a little too long to stage. There is
a system of courtesy staging in effect for door slammers, where one car has to stage, or pre-stage rather, and then the other car has to pre-stage. And then once one car has staged, there is a certain time available before the other car has to stage as well. Otherwise, you get timed out. And there was some confusion over that, and the Blue Max went red. And so that is why we're having, it was more electronic than anything else. So here we go with a rerun from round number 1. Dave Warren rather. Dave Warren from Cloverdale in the Blue Max, 62 Bel Air. Peter Lucanis driving the 63 Corvette. We'll get them all staged up and make sure that this rerun goes according to Hoyle. Transporter Logistics sponsoring the Corvette of Peter Lucanis. Blue Max Bel Air, Will sponsoring himself. There we go, pre-staged. Everybody rolls forward. Lights are on. Handicap start going to the Corvette. Everybody's clean and green on this particular run. Green light for Peter Lucanis. Goes 8:57, 153 miles an hour. Pulls the laundry, and Peter Lucanis will move on into the next round. Warren had the better reaction time by about 0.03 of a second, but nonetheless, 8:57 on an 8:56 dial, closer to his dial-in. That was Peter Lucanis. So they'll move on to the next round, as Jim Schellenberg now comes under the bridge. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're opening up lanes 5 and 6, lane 6 rather, for test and tune sessions. So if you're authorized for testing, bring them up to lane 6, and we'll put you in when we have a moment to insert. So Jim Schellenberg, truck driver out of Surrey, on his top Fuel Harley. Second run of the day. Have not seen Nate Gagnon yet. Might be getting ready for a run later in the afternoon. Jim Schellenberg has been sitting in the 680s. Had to use a fair bit of body English to stay in the groove on his earlier run. Starter giving instruction to pull that visor down. Wheels up for the first 300 feet, and he is sailing on through with a 675. 210 miles an hour, 675. So I think that team will be happy with that run. Had a 9:62 reaction time, so that doesn't matter. The timer starts from when you break the beam. 675 with a 4, 210 miles an hour for the Nitro Harley of Jim Schellenberg. So I'm looking under the bridge, and I see Steve Nicholson there, one of the pro mods that is testing. Now, Steve is out of Aldergrove here in the Lower Mainland. Sponsored by Diversified Metals. They've been working on the car all weekend. 63 Corvettes. Now, a lot of these guys are getting ready for the big race in Vegas later on in the month. So this is an opportunity just for them to check out the initial performance on the vehicle, but it is not staying lit. So they'll keep trying. So 959 cubic inches under the hood of that Corvette. So nitrous assisted, and Steve purging the nitrous right now, clearing the lines, getting the nitrous to the jets where he wants it, and also building up the pressure in the tank and setting the temperature as well. Wheelie bars are set. A lot of times the wheelie bar set is basically to see how hard they want to plant the tire. That's all based on how the car is set up. Not necessarily to prevent the car from doing a wheelie, although it will certainly do that as well. Hardline crew gives him a heads up. We sort of had a feeling it was just going to be a hit off the line to see how the car reacts, and that's exactly what happened there. Racing to the 8th, it's a 676, 71 miles an hour, so they'll take it back in the pits and continue to thrash on it for a while. And we may see them back up here again a little bit before the end of the day.
Rolling on over into a couple of test hits. wheels up, wheels down for the test pass over there. Lordco side. This time it's full pull to the quarter mile. Low 16 on the tree, runs a 10.260 at 130 miles an hour. One of the Dalglishas over here bringing on up the Super Gas Roadster. Car set up to run on a 990 index. And Dalglish will run a 991 with an 8 at 154 miles an hour. And that brings up Mark Downing in the Super Stream Malibu. Unlike the Super Gas Roadster, this one set out to run 1090. He got himself a trip zip on his last test pass, and it's an 094 this time. Car on the 8 mile test pass for 91 with a 5 at 147 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Mod Motorcycles, we need you up to the lanes, please. Pro Mod Bike, come on up to the lanes. Back into non-electronics. Kevin McCulley bringing up the old school colors, dialed at an 1195. Racing Rob Monroe in the white knuckle racing Model A Ford, dialed in at 896. McCulley with a 3-second head start. Kevin McCauley turns on the red light by about a quarter of a second. Rob Monroe will be moving on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Electronics, come on up to lanes 3 and 4. Canada West door slammers. You are on standby. Once again, that is a 10-minute standby call for Canada West door slammers. Bring up Steve Sheffer in the birthday weekend Pontiac to race Rob Hodgson from Surrey Speed Center, Plymouth. Both drivers away with green lights. Still in front of the 1,000-foot is Steve Sheffer, staying out in front at the top end. Steve Sheffer will be moving on over into round number next. Pairing it up for the second time this weekend, Cade Shirk racing Jim Benke. The Titanium Model Group, JS Power Sports, Fat Black Enterprises, the Rad Torque Systems, Jimmy. Down in the 13-15 will be racing the Rad Torque Systems and Bucky's Mini Excavating Services, Plymouth Barracuda, dialed at a 10-11. Yesterday was Benke to take the victory in this pairing. Cade Shirk goes red by 4 thousandths of a second, while Jim Benke gets the 4th trip zip of the day. And in doing so, moves on to the next round. And it looks like this will bring in the last pairing in non-electronic eliminations. Cassie Tippie in the Nova Wagon will race Chris Stone in the Dodge Dart. Chris Stone launching with those wheels up high, trying to get around Cassie Tippie. Dead even at the 1,000-foot, and will make the pass up at the quarter mile. Chris Stone is through to round 2. That will wrap it up for Bubba's Speed Shop non-electronics. And it looks like we're going to have a Pro Mod test pass coming on around underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. It'll be Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington, racing the 1969 Camaro. He's got an impressive list of accomplishments, the highlight being which he got out of bed this morning. Burnouts complete for the Pro Mod driver, Ryan Hayward. Final adjustments being made to the wheelie bar as he now purges the nitrous. Looking to be a full pull. Flames shooting out from the exhaust. He's going to shut it off just shy of the 8th mile. 1 second, almost exactly to the 60 foot, about a 2.8 to the 330. Total 4.84 on an 8th mile pass. Launched well, but looked like something just went a little bit awry when he started to climb up through the gears. Couple of test passes here. Bo Dickey and Kim Jong-kind racing each other. .038 to a 123 over here on the tree as the two pickup trucks head down track, and Bo Dickey gets there first, 12.994 at 104 miles an hour, while Kim Jong-kind goes 12.93 with a 0 at 105. And that will bring up a couple of Pro Mod bikes into the water box. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Terry Langdon Davies, you are needed in the staging lanes for electronic eliminations. Terry Langdon Davies, you are needed in the staging lanes. The rest of your class is waiting on you. Gary Christopher making his way into beams in his Pro Mod motorcycle. This is a bike capable of 200+ mile-an-hour passes. His fastest run so far was a 6.520 at 198.9 miles an hour. And looking to see if he can go just that little bit faster and break into the 200 mile an hour range. Off and away and hightailing it towards the quarter mile. 660 with a 4, 195. So not quite there just yet. So a little bit more tune-up to go. That will bring up Steve Abbassini over here, TCS side, with Jeff Petre out of Yellowknife in the Suzuki over on the Lordco lane. Petre is going to back out as Abbassini is going to fly through to the top end. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West door slammers. We're going to call you up to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West door slammers, we need you coming on up to lanes 5 and 6. Jeff Petre having problems, couldn't get the bike to do the bird out, so it was a solo run for Abbassini. That'll bring Matt McKay-Smith, a 4-time CMDRA Pro Mod bike champion, back to the stage lanes. He has done a 200-plus mile-an-hour pass already with a 6.676.
That's 688. 688. 196 miles an hour. Not his quickest of the weekend. That would be a 667 at 202. So still some room in that motorcycle. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of Vancouver Car Wrap Electronics. And we kick things off with Jan Christensen over here, Tower side, and Derek Shirk in the Monte Carlo over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So Derek Shirk, the owner and proprietor of the Titanium Auto Group, driving the 82 Monte Carlo, based out of Langley. 10:09 is the number on the scoreboard. That's his dial-in. 8:53 for Jan Christensen over here. He calls it El Gringo, the Chevy Nova, sponsored by Preston Chevrolet. 8:53 is the time. So the handicap start's going to go to the white Monte Carlo by just about a second and a half. Not sure if that's exactly Loren Schwartz's car or not. Looks a lot like it, but has more stickers on it. So Derek Shirk gets there with a 10:10, but that's not enough. Jan Christensen gets there first with an 8:56. 8:56 on an 8:53 dial. 156 miles an hour. So Jan Christensen advancing into the final. Now, who will Jan race? Will it be Martin Rochelle or Terry Langdon Davies? That's who will be decided next. Martin Rochelle, of course, finding his home in that 1090 class, and that's what he's got dialed in on his car. Car typically runs in the Super Combo class, which is all about index racing. 1090, 990, and 890. He'd be in the Super Street category, 1090. Terry Langdon Davies, on the other hand, with a, for 2022, a relatively stock-bodied 41 Willys. 991, so it's a quick car. 991 is the dial, so Martin Rochelle gets the handicap start here. And let's see who is able to run closest to the shoe polish on the window. All right, everybody's clean and green here as they head down the quarter mile. Martin Rochelle using the electronics to get him to that 1090. He goes 1097 for the win. 117 miles an hour, 997 for Terry Langdon Davies, so not far off. But 1097 on a 1090, good for the win by about 3 thousandths of a second. So Martin Rochelle heading into the final against Jan Christensen. So making a test pass, 27 Ford T Roadster. .918, 138 miles an hour. As we get ready for round number 2 of Canada West Door Slammer action, they are going to be coming around here very, very quickly. We started out with 20 cars. We're down to 10. And Nolan, you're going to take care of calling the action.
I most certainly will as we get set to roll back into Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Canada West Door Slammers for their next round of competition. This weekend sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group.
Mentioned how the Titanium Auto Group is sponsoring the category this weekend, and I should probably take some time and talk about their total association sponsors, because it takes a lot of input to make a series like this so successful, and they've been doing it year after year, tracking down great sponsors, great supporters of the category. And let's start with Winter Harbor Marina and RV. They are the title sponsor, located in Winter Harbor, BC. Artex Barn Solutions in Abbotsford. Greenlight Auto Sales and VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field right here in Mission. Paradise Homes out of Victoria, BC. Associated Tire and Auto out of Campbell River. Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing out of Campbell River, of course. Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtney, BC. TCS Performance Products in Langley and Traveland RV in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie, your RV Supercenters sales and service. So, as Nolan was saying, this weekend, presented by the Titanium Auto Group, Canada West Door Slammer action is coming around very quickly. how Canada West door slammers are sitting in the staging lanes, all the drivers getting suited up and everything else. And just before they make that run, we do the obligatory track preparation just to clean it up and get some rubber on the surface. So that is what's happening right now.
Hand of the West door slammer is coming on around the corner as track prep just getting wrapped up down here in the right lane of the racetrack. Mike Lucas bringing up the Camaro over here in the TCS lane. Dale Phillips over on the Lordco side out of the 767 in the Mustang. Classic Ford v Chevy battle. 1 year separating the two car models. Both drivers pre-staged. Two green lights headed over to the left side wall as Mike Lucas trying to stay in the groove, keeps it off of the wall, and make it a win for Dale Phillips over on the Lordco side. 007 to a 002 on the tree, but getting over to the left side wall allowed for Phillips to pull out the win. Greg Field going to be up next, our #1 qualifier with a 6.525, dialed in at 648, so he definitely thinks he can go quicker in the 1969 Opel GT for Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, and Active Care Auto, Racing Auto Schulte, the Still Cruising Cavalier for Georgia Straight Line Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco Auto Parts. Just over a second separates Schulte from Field on the stripe. And now this is going to be an interesting one because you are not allowed to deep stage in door slammer competition. However, Auto Schulte also in 001 red. So it's almost like it's a double negative at this point in time. So we'll have to see what the ruling on that one's going to be later on in the day. And it sounds like confirmation will be Greg Field out for deep staging the car. Grant Howell going to be on next in the Lordco Auto Parts Chevrolet, racing Mike Bedsworth out of Marysville, Washington, bringing up the cut list to dial it in at a 711. The #7 qualifier going up against the #2. It's going to be a close race up at the top end. Grant Howell's put down a trip zip, and that will net him the race win as Mike Bedsworth couldn't close him down. 16 thousandths of a second separated them up at the top end. 16 thousandths separated them on the tree. Bringing up the next pairing in round #2 of door slammer competition. Gonna be Brian Ritchie and the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle dialed in at 794. Going up against Brad Powell and the Chevelle dialed at 849. Once again, a pair of green bulbs. Quarter mile is going to be 8 thousandths of a second favor to Brad Powell, who left first. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Non-electronics. Non-electronics, we need you back to the stage lanes for next round of competition. Non-electronics, we need you back to the staging lanes. That brings up Tom Katnick for TK Performance in the Camaro. We're down at 752 for the number 5 qualifier. Racing Peter Lacanis in the Transporters Logistics Corvette. Tom Katnick, something going awry with the TK Performance Camaro. He is going to be going red by 4/10 of a second. Peter Lacanis will be getting a free pass into the next round. Huge error for Katnick as he finds himself out of competition, and it is looking like that's going to be a wrap then for Canada West Door Slammers.
He was just not able to have the car sit on the line. Line lock or something gave up, and that is very unfortunate because you like to see a full race out of the deal, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes with all the electronics and everything else that are in the cars. It is a marvel that they make it down the quarter mile on a regular basis. So Peter Lacanis, congratulations, heading into the next round. We started with 10, so we've got 5 left in competition as we work our way down. We'll see Canada West Door Slammers back on the line, in about 45 minutes, 50 minutes from right now. So the 5 winners will be back. Had some great runs in that pair. Unfortunately, Greg Field going deep. So attention in the pits, 5 and 6, lanes 5 and 6. Those lanes are open for all authorized license and tests. So if you are in the pits and need to make a test pass, lanes 5 and 6 are open for you. I was going to mention about how in the case of Greg Field, he went deep. There is a rule in the Door Slammer series that you cannot deep stage. And that is where you roll forward enough to turn out the top pre-stage bulb. You cannot do that in Canada West Door Slammers. And so even though the competition went red, it's a classic situation of worst or first. And first was Greg Field bumping into the deep stage area. The car, I mean, twin turbo and everything else, he gets it spun up. And it's a tough car to stage ever so carefully, and so it does rely on the bumping in as opposed to the nudging in, and it has been a challenge from time to time, race to race, to see that car bump into the stage beams. Got to do it just ever so carefully. That time he was a little too aggressive and turned out the pre-stage bulb, and of course that ended his day right there. So I mentioned that the Pro Shop had ice cream on for half price. I'm not sure if they have any ice cream left, but with a few minutes to spare, might be a good time to head over to the Pro Shop and check out and see if any of the ice cream is still there for half price. We'll be seeing the Pro Mods coming up a little bit later on. And they've got one more hit going, as do the Top Fuel Harleys and other bikes that are on the property. We're down to the final in the electronics category, semifinal in non-electronics, which we have called to the lanes, and also we are down to the quarters in the door slammers. So got lots of racing action left here at Mission Raceway on this, the final major event of the season, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Thank you, all of you race fans, for joining us. We know that there's lots of ways that you can spend your entertainment dollar, and we certainly appreciate you coming out and joining us here at Mission Raceway for a rather glorious Sunday afternoon. So we're at that time of the day where the racers that are left are becoming fewer and fewer, and so we do need to beg your patience as we let the cars cool down and get them ready for their next rounds of eliminations. Looks like Anna's handing out ice cream. Ice cream from the pro shop, probably. Everybody gets some ice cream. What is that line? We scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream, something like that.
Hey, Jerry, and just so you know, ice cream is 50% off in the pro shop as well.
So as I was saying, we do have some time in between these rounds as cars cool off and get ready for their next rounds. I see that the non-electronic cars are in the staging lanes for their third round of eliminations. That will take them into the final. There are 4 cars left in the category, and so we will be getting down to the finals in almost all categories, and that will leave room for, of course, the Top Fuel Harleys and the Pro Mods to make their runs, Pro Mod motorcycles as well. All right, we got cars on the track again, and this is Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics as we are in the semifinal round. And it's going to be Chris Stone up against Steve Sheffer. Now, Sheffer's driving that 69 Pontiac. Says it's a birthday weekend. How about that? $11.99 is the dial for the Burgundy Firebird here on the tower side. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing is the team. Winter Harbor Marina, Titanium Auto Products, B&G Fuel Products as well, sponsoring that Dodge Dart. Running in the nines, the high nines this weekend. Handicap going to the Firebird. Red light start for Chris Stone. So Steve Sheffer picks up the win, compliments of that red light. Chris will not be happy with that. In any case, Steve runs it under, goes 1193. 1193 at 112 miles an hour. So Steve Sheffer out of Surrey going into the final of Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics. And that brings up Jim Benke and Rob Monroe. Those of you looking forward to Chris Stone, Jim Benke final, not going to happen today, unfortunately. Rob Monroe has something to say about it in his Model A, 31 Model A Ford with a small block Chevy in front. Rad Torque Plymouth Barracuda heads off down track, pulling the wheels up slightly as is his wont. And will he get there first? He does. So Jim Benke going into the final runs a 10:19 at 124 miles an hour. So the Rad Torque Systems Plymouth Barracuda moving on into the final of Bubba Speed Shop non-electronics. So that has set up the final then for two of the categories. So we are going back into some test runs here as we give a little bit more time for the door slammers and the pro mods to regroup, cool down, and come back for their next round of competition. Cassie Tippy making a test pass in the 65 Nova wagon. Goes 1182, 115 miles an hour as the Dodge Dart rolls to the line. Goes 12:28, 108 miles an hour. Good reaction time off the start line, 0:04. That's the kind of reaction time you want come eliminations. Any round of eliminations, if you can go 00 something, that's a good run. That's a good reaction time. Remember reading a book years ago, King of the Dragsters, written by Don Garlitz, where he says in that book, even when it was written back in the late 60s, that 95% of the races are usually won on the start line based on reaction time. And that has become never more true as drivers have become more adept at hitting a perfect reaction time. We had two in a row from, I believe it was Jan Christensen today. So getting those perfect reaction times will go a long way. It's not 100% guarantee that you'll win that race, but it goes a long way to putting you ahead of your competition if you can have a better reaction time at the start. Might be a good time to thank all of the weekend sponsors who have participated in sponsoring all of the different race categories. The West Coast Pro Mods, of course, coming with their own sponsorship group. And so we certainly send a shout out to them. MDA Fabrications that sponsored the Outlaw 275 category. Yeah, they had a great race yesterday. And we had a good crowd on hand to watch them race into the nighttime. Titanium Auto Group, the sponsors for the weekend's Canada West Door Slammer Cash Bash. They're racing for a winner gets $3,000, runner-up $1,500. So there's some heavy-duty concentration going on in the Canada West Door Slammer category, that's for sure. Vancouver Car Wrap sponsoring the electronics division, and Bubba Speed Shop sponsoring the non-electronics. And, of course, there's a contingency sponsor of Gibson Transmissions. So I want to thank all the weekend sponsors who have participated in bringing the West Coast Outlaw Shootout to a successful near conclusion, because we're not quite done yet. We've got some final rounds to run in electronic and non-electronic, and we've got few more rounds to run in Canada West Door Slammers, and also we want to see what's going to happen in that Pro Mod final with the two cars that were sort of the outliers. Not expecting to see those two in the final. Well, some people weren't. I'm sure the drivers were. They didn't come up here not to be in the final, so that should be fun to watch. Here's a test pass now on the Super Gas car. Looks like about a 53 Corvette Roadster. Roof chopped off to make visibility that much easier. Category runs in a 990 index. So they'll launch real aggressive on the start line, and then the throttle stop will come in and take away power and take it away if the timing is right, and put it back in just so that it builds up enough horsepower and RPM to get them to the finish line on that index of 990. Perfect run for the Super Gas category, of course, would be Trip Zip and 990 with a 0. So off the gas, just just waiting until the throttle stop came back on and then went off. Here's that was Super Gas, so here we go into Super Street, which is the 1090 index. All the same things apply in the 1090 Super Street. As I mentioned earlier, all of these cars are capable of running faster than their index would indicate. So if it's 1090, you know that that car is going to run a lot quicker, and the trick will be to slow it down in just the right spot so that it ends up at the finish line at 1090 or better and ahead of your competition. So that's why you'll see it lurch off the line and then seemingly bog down and then come back on full steam ahead. 1083, so just a timing adjustment away from a 1090, 145 miles an hour, and that is always the trick with the timing. Not only do you have to be a mechanical whiz in the index categories, you have to be an electronics whiz as well. So it brings a whole new element. It was pretty controversial, actually, when it was introduced in drag racing years ago. When they started racing with all of the electronics, there were lots of racers who took umbrage, shall we say, at that. But those days are long gone, and I think there's a newfound appreciation for racers who race in the electronics categories and the things that they have to go through to make their cars perform. So that run goes 10:52 at 126 miles an hour. Reaction time in that case was 0:04. So the safety crew does a quick spin out on the track just to check the surface. As we have cars gathering in the staging lanes, I see the finals for the electronics are in the staging lanes right now. Today's program started with a random round. In the final, it's going to be Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle. There were fewer cars here today, so with that random round, Jan Christensen wound up in round number 2 against Cam Shantz in the 27 Ford T Roadster. Had a 17 reaction time against Cam, and so Jan ran it through to an 8:54 going into the next round, and that was against Eric Shirk, where again he had a better reaction time, and that put him in the final. Martin Rochelle started again in the random first round, wound up against Nick Angelucci in the second round. Red light start for Nick put Martin into the semifinal, where he was up against the Willies of Terry Langdon Davies and managed to get around him, and so that sets up the final here, Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle. So these two So before I was rudely interrupted by that burnout, these two have been regular runners here at Mission Raceway for a long, long time. Martin Rochelle certainly has been racing in that car for almost a decade now, if not more. He lives in the 1090 class, And the Preston Chevrolet of Jan Christensen, well, he's usually in the Super Comp, not Super Comp, Super Pro category here in the Summit ET Series. So they are both regular runners at Mission. They know the track well. They know each other well. So they're looking to see who comes out on top. The dial in, of course, 1090 for Martin Rochelle. Gets the handicap start against Jan's 855. Let's see who does better on the tree. So they're both leaving clean in the green. That means it will be decided at the stripe, with the win light coming on for Jan Christensen, who, coincidentally, as I was talking about earlier, had the much better reaction time of 009. He runs an 8:55 with a 9 at 152 miles an hour. So Jan Christensen is our winner today in the Bubba Speed Shop. In the Vancouver Car Wrap Electronics category. So Jan Christensen picking up the win. Great reaction time on the tree. Martin Rochelle, not bad. 036, 1091. So he was close, but Jan Christensen was just that much closer. 855.9 on an 855 dial. So dead on his dial with an 009 reaction time. So congratulations to Jan Christensen. If you're walking in the pits, you can pass on congratulations, and he'll certainly want to get his picture taken in the winner's circle right behind the grandstands on the pit side. So Steve Skokin had a great run earlier today doing these test runs because of a, I don't think he'd mind me saying it, rather disappointing performance yesterday. Today is a whole different day, and the car is working great. Pro Charger. One of the many power adders that are in play, whether it's nitrous, a big block with nitrous, or whether it's an actual supercharger, or whether it's a Pro Charger, or whether it's a turbo. Lots of different power adders are available in the different categories. So Steve running with the Pro Charger here. As I say, had a good 4-second run earlier in the 8th mile, so looking to do that again and maybe even a little bit better. All depends on, when you're working with the 8th mile, it makes every foot of the racetrack that much more important that you hook up on. No opportunity for spinning the tires, and that looks to be a pretty good run. Straight through, yeah, it's better, 487. 487 at 147 miles per hour. So Steve Skokin got it figured out. Attention in the pits. We're going to call Canada West door slammers now. Call you to the lanes, please, for your next round of eliminations. 5 and 6. We'll bring you up to lanes 5 and 6. We have got 2, 4, 5 cars left in competition. We need you to the staging lanes. Bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Canada West door slammers. Here we go then with the final 4. Bubba Speed Shop, non-electronic. It is going to be Jim Benke. Here on the tower side, Steve Sheffer in the other lane. So Benke with the Rad Torque sponsored Plymouth Barracuda out of Mission. 440 cubic inches of Mopar power under that wheel-standing Barracuda. And Steve Sheffer in the 69 Pontiac Firebird. Firebird has an 11.99 on the scoreboard. Jim Benke 10.16. Handicap goes to the Firebird. Christmas tree says green both sides. Win will be determined at the top end. It'll be Benke. Jim Benke goes 10.38 on a 10.16 dial, 111 miles an hour. So Jim Benke picks up the win here in Bubba's Speed Shop, non-electronic. So congratulations, Jim. Picked up yet one more win on his quest of dominance that I guess is coming to a close in 2022. But congratulations to Jim Benke for all the hard work in getting to that final and pulling off the win. So we've called Canada West door slammers to the lanes. I was just told by Chaplain Keith Peterson, who heads up and corrals the pro mods. Their final is coming up. So I mentioned that the pro mods were going to be coming up shortly as well. I got Keith in the tower, and one of the things, I always have the opportunity, because it's that time of the day, running over some of the sponsors, because we could not do what we do without the support of the sponsors involved in the racing community. And so I know that's the same for you guys in the West Coast Pro Mods.
Oh, most definitely. We've been traveling around Western Canada this year. Me and Richard and L Sands Photography traveling around with these pro mod racers, and it's just been a blast. Lauren Sandsgren has come down here from Edmonton, took some time off work. He shot the whole event, and he's doing some amazing work for us with the calendars and such like that. So a big shout out to L Sands Photo. Dave Kowalski with Daco Ventures is here doing his best to put on a show. Just can't find that. Couldn't find reverse in the one pass, and then that last time he actually broke a blower belt. It had nothing to do with reverse.
Oh, that's what it was. All right.
So yeah, huge shout out to Daco Ventures and those guys. Artex Racing, we're missing John DeYoung this weekend, but he's such a great guy. They're supported by Total Dairy Solutions. They are a direct sponsor of Chatting with the Chap.
Yep.
ChopMyRate.ca. Came on board a couple years ago or last year and continued to support this year. They're part of the Titanium Auto Group, which is well known around Mission Raceway, right? Sure. And RCD from all the blower belts and stuff they put out and all their other stuff. They're going to be in Vegas. I'm looking forward to going down and seeing them.
When is that, by the way, in Vegas?
Third week in November, typically. I can't give you the dates right off the top of my head.
I only ask because I'm going to be down there with the family the last week of October, but we're getting out before Halloween because we've been in Vegas once on Halloween.
Oh, gosh.
That is a nightmare.
That place is Halloween year-round, so I can't imagine what Halloween is like.
Yeah, pretty crazy, pretty crazy. I was down for the NHRA race, and it just is that weekend. But there's lots going on last week of October because our room rate is a whole lot more than it was in April. So anyway, I've interrupted you. So who else you got?
It's all good. Canadian Performance Injection out of Alberta, they've been sponsoring the Hard Luck Award. We've definitely got some front runners on that. K2 Consulting for the Just Send It Award. Richard watches all of these races, whether it's here or whether it's online, and chooses the race team that has put out the most effort, just continually trying to get out there and just keep going, thrashing on their stuff. And there's definitely a couple of front runners here this weekend for that, right? So it's just been a great weekend here. Pro One Safety with TNT Motorsports, coming on board. Rick Barnhart taking out Ken Sahota in the first round, gets the Bounty Hunter Awards, so he'll be hopefully cashing that in for some Pro One Safety gear. Just so many others. Erlacher Motorsports, he was down here and had some hard luck as well. Just so many other supporters. And the racers themselves, the crews, they're always a lot of fun. And especially down here at Mission Raceway. So thank you to, the entire crew for putting on a great facility. One of my favorite things to do is, even when I was a kid, I was always right down at the turnoff.
Oh, yes.
And I know we tragically lost our good friend who spent so many years down there this year. But now seeing Bob Banky down there, you get to go down and say hi to that gentleman. He's such a nice guy, so awesome to have fun with.
That family has built a name for themselves in so many ways. The Banky family here in the race car and on the start line this year with Levi. So it's great to see them. That's for sure. I don't want to put you on the spot, but are you doing any planning for next year?
Oh, the plans are definitely in the books or in the works. There's some big things that are going to be coming to announce. One big announcement that definitely has already been confirmed, it's already happening, is our new partnership with Badass Garage. For all of our T-shirts and our promotional material will be through Badass Garage coming in 2023. We're very excited to have them coming and partnering with us to continue on through the 2023 years and hopefully beyond.
That company is on the move. No question about it. Those guys are looking to make inroads with other forms of sponsorship here at the track, and so that's great. That's great that you got them on board.
Yeah, Amy and her daughter, just amazing people to deal with. I actually went up to the. It is literally a garage. You walk in and it looks like a man cave barfed.
That's
amazing.
Their location on Shootout Road.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one you're talking about. Yeah, it's they got some great stuff.
Oh, it's really cool. It's a neat place. So we're really looking forward to moving with them in the coming years, and looking forward to building those relationships. Like I said, there's already been some verbal confirmations from some sponsors that they're going to stay on board. Just got to dot the I's and cross the T's and all that sort of stuff, and we'll be able to start making those announcements. Usually around when we go to Vegas for the Streetcar Super Nationals, that's when those announcements typically start coming out, because there's a lot of people watching that event because so many Canadians head down for that. And we're looking forward to it.
I know when I look at the website and I see all of the cars that you have in your corral, there's so many. There's upwards of 15 or 20 cars that I counted on the website. I'm hoping that a lot of those teams come together. Now I know you got to run, and I see they laughed at me when I said I like the flatback Mustang, and look who's in the final for Pro Mod, eh?
Right. Yeah. So anyone who was laughing at Jerry for liking those Mach 1s. He's having the last laugh now with an all Mach 1 final.
Okay.
So appreciate chatting with the chap, Jerry. You've always been a mentor of mine as well. with the chaplain side of things and just the announcer side of things. So thanks for letting me come on the mic and share the mic with you here today and yesterday throughout the weekend. So
well, thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right.
All right.
We're going to send it in the final here and go and give some trophies and some money away here later on. One last thing. Richard and I are going to be packing up tonight, but if you're looking for T-shirts and calendars and anything like that, we'll throw in a discount today once racing is done. If you stop by the Daco Ventures Captain Caveman Cafe, we're going to be trying to clear out as many shirts and calendars as we can tonight.
All right. Enough said. There you go.
All right.
Thanks, Keith.
Thanks, Jerry.
So you heard it. All sorts of calendars and T-shirts before you head out. I keep emphasizing this, you know. Remember, all of your Christmas shopping can be done here today. So take advantage of that at a discount even. So we have got the final coming up in Pro Mod. And it is going to be those two 71 flatback Mustangs. Don't know if you saw in the previous round some of the tire shake. It is pretty violent, and I would not want to have a loose crown while anything like that was happening. That's for sure. It's bad enough to shake your fillings loose. So that's going to be coming up momentarily. Right, Pro Mod burnout's complete. Rick Barnhart out over the start line. Door open, backing up. Tom Reithmeyer from Sherwood Park in the black Mustang had to refire and has a problem. Will he be able to fire it up and keep it going? That is the question. Crew members quickly inside, making the adjustments that they can make. Reithmeyer wrapping the engine, revving it up. Not able to keep it going. And in the other lane, Rick Barnhart looking to stage up, just getting the wheelie bar set for how much they want to plant that tire. So it is going to be a solo. Heartbreak for Reithmeyer. Rick Barnhart in the other lane from High River, spooling it up. And hooking it up. Wow, nice one. 420, 163 miles an hour. Was hoping to get into the threes, but has run consistently 426, 420, 417, and 420. So congratulations to Rick Barnhart and that team for all of their hard work on getting that win. Unfortunately, heartbreak in the other lane for the Sherwood Park team, Tom Reithmeyer. They were not able to keep that car lit, and it's just one of those things where they'll take it back, take a look, and get ready for the next race. So next up then is Canada West Door Slammers, presented this weekend by the Titanium Auto Group. First pair is going to be Grant Howell and Dale Phillips. Both cars in the water box, getting set, get the go-ahead. So Grant Howell in the 37 Chevy, sponsored by Lordco, out of Victoria. Has run a best of 758. It's got 763 on the scoreboard. That's the dial-in for the 37 Chevy. In the other lane, sitting behind the start line, Dale Phillips. Phillips out of Chetwynd in the 67 Mustang. He was your number 9 qualifier. Ran a best of 769 and has got 768 on the scoreboard. So we're looking at almost heads up here, a difference of only about 0.05 of a second between them on their dial-ins. So for what that's worth, the handicap start will be going to the Mustang. So like in any race, each driver has to be patient, waiting for their own green light. Go through the staging process here, as they have done many times in the past, pre-staged, and then bump forward another few inches to get into that stage beam, and they'd be set to go. Red light start for Dale Phillips. Phillips goes 002 red, so 2,000 red. As Grant Howell advances into the semis. Grant saw that red light and went quicker than the dial, but that's okay in that particular case, worst or first. So Otto Schulte picks up the bye with the odd number of cars in the category. Otto Schulte from Black Creek, retired racer. but he's still cruising, it says, in his 2005 Cavalier. Sponsors include Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco. Otto Schulte pulling into the stage beams right now. Wind light comes on 7:53 with a 3, 181 miles an hour. So Otto Schulte advancing into the semifinals. And that brings up our last pair, Peter Lucanis, living a charmed life this day. 63 Corvette, sponsored by Transporters Logistics, and Brad Powell from Linden, Washington, driving the silver 67 Chevelle. $860 is the dial for the Corvette, $849 for the Chevelle. So the Corvette, in this case, it will be leaving the start line first. Looking to take advantage of every fraction of a second on the Christmas tree. Lots of leakage underneath that Corvette. So Peter Lucanis picks up the win, goes 861 in spite of what was happening underneath the car. 151 miles an hour. The start line crew will take a look and see what that was all about, but that was the final pair in the door slammers. And so the semifinals have been set up. Have not got word on what exactly that was. Perhaps it was just water. If it was just water, or if it was fuel, that would be good. There's a few other things where it would be not good. So here we go with a little bit of motorcycle action now. Matt McKay Smith out of Merritt on his 2018 Suzuki. We've mentioned it a few times. He is the four-time Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association Pro Mod Bike Champion. Has run a best of 673, 673, 667. So over 200 miles an hour as well. So in the other lane up against Matt McKay-Smith is Gary Christopher from Hope, driving a 2014 Kawasaki. He's both driving and riding. And he is also a 5-time national champion in the Canadian Pro Mod motorcycle. So multi-time champions doing battle here on the racetrack. Way out in front. Wow, 658. 658, 196 for Gary Christopher, and 691 for Matt McKay-Smith. So nice run for both riders. So the motorcycles looking to stage up. Really important that they get in exactly the right spot for them to leave. And that's become more and more evident with a lot of different classes. It's not just a matter of staging it in an area where you think the traction compound is the most. Sometimes you do the burnout where it's not very favorable, and then you line it up not in your tracks, but where you think it is nice and sticky on the start line. And that seemed to work pretty well, using a little bit of body English to keep it in the groove. Goes 748, 191 miles an hour. Wanted to give a big shout out to the Valley Tech people for all of their production on our live stream. Not sure how many of you know this, but you are able to watch all of the races here at Mission Raceway on YouTube. You can watch them live streamed, although this will be the last one this year that is live streamed. We have got quite a library of races. Check us out under MRP Lordco TV. That's on YouTube, and you can watch any one of the races time delayed. And you get instant replays whenever you want. That's pretty cool. So make a few test runs here as we have the opportunity. loss of traction off the start line that time. Let's back it up and see if we can do this all over again. Once again, the crew members trying to get the driver into just the right spot that they figure there's going to be the most traction, and that may not necessarily be where they lay down that rubber from the burnout. There may be patches on the start line that are better. Same thing. So let's see how that affects a super street car. Probably lining up in about the same patches. And let's see if the different tires, because the other car had small tires, it looked like, whereas this one... well, certainly from an electronic standpoint, it was able to take better advantage of the start line. Ran 1084, so probably would not be unhappy with that whatsoever. It's a 1090 car, so if he's running 1084, that's an interesting qualifying pass that he'd just have to slow down ever so slightly. But he was able to get a good grip on the start line, whereas the small tire car having trouble. Dodge Dart and Cassie Tippy in the 65 Nova wagon. There's an interesting model kit out. You could build a model kit of that Nova wagon, and the box art looks almost identical to that. Although if you have an opportunity to wander in the pits and take a look at Cassie's station wagon, that's a nicely patinaed car. So Cassie goes 1183 at 115 miles an hour, 1246 in the other lane. So, Rays fans, we are down to semifinals in Canada West Door Slammers. So there are going to be a few delays as we need to let them cool down and get ready for their next rounds. If there are any further test and tune, I know that lane 5 and 6 is open for test and tune if you're authorized for test and tune.
In the pits, we have winner's checks sitting up in the tower. So if you won today or are in receipt of a check, we have the checks up here in the tower for you. So please respond accordingly.
So we continue with a couple more test runs as we await the semifinal in Canada West Door Slammers. Got Nova over on the spectator side and Dodge Dart over here on the tower side. Making use of the wheelie bars that time. 10:30, 129 miles an hour for the little Nova. Dodge Dart completes the burnout and gets set for his next test pass. $12.61 time for the Dart. 12.61 at 108 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. We're going to make the call now for Canada West Door Slammers. We need the three of you to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammers. We need the three of you to the lanes for semifinal completion.
So here we go, trying to keep the car running. 1969 Camaro, Ryan Hayward. They attempted to make a pass earlier in the day, and we're having problems then as well. Pay attention in the pits. We need a couple of door slammers. Would Grant Howell and Peter Lucanis please come to the lanes? So I guess Peter has arrived. Grant, we need you. So the crew heading to the car just to see what they can do, bring it back behind the start line, and we'll see if we can make some adjustments on the line for a run to happen. here we go. Semi-final round action in Canada West Door Slammers, and it's going to be Peter Lucanis and Otto Schulte. Now, Otto Schulte, a retired driver out of Black Creek, he's in the 2005 Cavalier. Over on the Lordco side, Peter's here on the Transporter Logistics 63 Corvette TCS lane. And Peter goes red. 004 red. His storied day comes to an end as Otto Schulte runs it through with a 751 at 181 miles an hour. So Otto Schulte will advance into the final, and that is going to be against Grant Howell, who will have to make a pass or will have to come and take the tree. That choice will be his. We're just waiting for Grant Howell to get suited up. He is just behind the bridge. Not sure if he plans to take the tree or make the full run. So a good time to talk about Otto Schulte's plethora of sponsors. He has always been one of the leaders when it comes to tracking down sponsorship money. And Otto Schulte has Georgia Straight Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, Odlum Brown, and Lordco, supporting his racing efforts in that 2005 Cavalier. Do want to mention that the points champion for the Canada West Door Slammers in 2022, Paul Stretch. And this weekend's race is presented by the Titanium Auto Group. So Grant Howell hails out of Victoria. You probably already knew that. Sponsored by Lordco, 37 Chevy has been campaigning this car for a number of years, going quicker than it has in the past. 763 is a dial-in number. We're, as I say, not sure whether he's going to actually make the full run or whether he's just going to break the beams on the Christmas tree, which is his prerogative to do. So we are pre-staged and set. And that basically takes care of that. Goes 765 on that 763 dial. Pops the chute at the top end. 176 miles an hour for Grant Howell. Attention in the pits. Paperwork is upstairs for Keith Peterson. So, Keith, we need you upstairs in the tower to deal with some paperwork. Keith Peterson, that's who we need up here in the tower. So, final is now set, and it's going to be Grant Howell and Otto Schulte. We'll see them back in about 45, 50 minutes. And here comes Steve Skokin. Test pass for Steve, just actually setting the world on fire on these test passes. Pro Charger car.
So problems on the start line that time. Not a smooth run. 570 at the 8th mile, 151 miles an hour, but nonetheless has made a goodly number of high 4.7, 4.6 second passes, and got to be happy with that car's performance. So if there are any other test and tune runs to be made, that is the time to be heading into lane 5 and 6. We are just waiting now for the final in Door Slammers. Hey, attention in the pits. Rob Monroe, if you're on the property, we still have a check waiting for you up here in the tower. So, Rob Monroe, we think it's Rob Monroe Sr. Number 31, is that you? I think so. Hey, let's take a look while we have a quiet moment at how we got to the final here with Otto Schulte and Grant Howell. Looking at their round wins as they got to the final. That's always fun to take a look as Otto Schulte squared up with Derek Shirk in, this would be, I guess, the second round because the first round was random with 20 cars. So Otto Schulte squared up with Derek Shirk and managed to pull out a win, had a better reaction time on that particular run. Took him into round number 2 where he met up with Greg Field, and it was a double foul, but Otto Schulte was only 001. So that put him closer to a green light, so Otto advances on that round, and then that put him with a single in round number 3, and so that drove him into round 4, where he met up with Peter Lacanis, we just watched, and managed to pull out a win as Peter went red. His competition, Grant Howell, started out the day up against Paul Debris Jr. from Shawnigan Lake. And in that particular case, even though Paul Debris had the better reaction time, Grant Howell pulled out the win. Sent him into round number 2, where he met up with the number 2 qualifier, Mike Bedsworth, out of Marysville, Washington. And Grant Howell proved victorious there, had a perfect reaction time against Mike's 016. So both of them having really good lights, but it was a perfect light for Grant Howell that took him through that round. Into round number 3, Grant Howell met up with the Mustang of Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd. And again, Dale turning on the red light and Grant Howell moving on into the semifinal where he had the single that we just watched. And so that brought us to our final, which is going to be Otto Schulte and Grant Howell. So the two of them will be squaring up here in just a little bit. We will be patiently waiting in the tower with all the timing equipment and everything else. If you're still here with us as race fans, we certainly appreciate you joining us and waiting for this final race of the day. pits. Tension in the pits. Canada West door slammers. We know that we're pushing you slightly, but if you're ready, we're ready. So as soon as you're ready, please feel free to assemble in the staging lanes. Final of the West Coast Shootout, Outlaw Shootout. So the winner of this round picks up a cool $3,000, compliments of the Titanium Auto Group. So we thank the good folks at the Titanium Auto Group. Runner-up gets $1,500. So there is a lot on the line. Burnout's complete for Otto Schulte and Grant Howell. We talked about Otto Schulte a while back, retired driver from Black Creek. Still cruising, he says, in his 2005 Cavalier. 598 cubic inches under the hood. Grant Howell, 632 cubic inches under that hood. The Orange 37 Chevy, sponsored by Lordco, out of Victoria. And the dial-ins, well, these guys are pretty much heads up. There is about a tenth between them. Grant Howell is going to get a just over a tenth of a second handicap start here over Otto Schulte. 764 against the 750. They're set. Here we go. Everybody's got a green light. It's going to be decided at the top end with a win light for Otto Schulte. Wow. Grant Howell had a 009 reaction time, but went too quick. Otto Schulte runs 7:52 at 178 miles an hour to pick up $3,000 here in their cash bash. So congratulations to Otto Schulte and that whole team for the hard work that they put in over a long weekend for them. And want to thank everybody for their participation. Grant Howell, he picks up $1,500, so he's leaving with a little bit of cash as well. Hey, folks, that's the final for us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So if you've stayed with us for the day, we thank you so much for your support. And all of you racers who are still with us, we thank you as well for putting on a great show for those who are here. We thank you very much for everything that you have done throughout the year. Want to take a special moment and thank all of the Mission Raceway staff at the top end, in the AT booth, on the starting line, the safety crew, the tower, everybody. Thank you so much for everything that you have done. We do have one street legal program that is set for next Friday. And other than that, that is the 2022 season here at Mission Raceway. So thank you so much once again for everybody who participated. A big thank you to the Valley Tech folks for all the work that they have done on an absolutely spectacular live stream. So if you want to relive the year, all of those videos are up at MRP Lordco TV. So do check it out on the YouTube. So, hey, thanks very much. If you're driving home, drive safely, and we look forward to seeing you next year, 2023, when we will do it all over again. Have a great evening. Hey, attention in the pits. We do have one last call for Door Slammer winner and runner-up. We could use you in the winner's circle for photos and checks. So bring them up. Bring your cars up to the winner's circle on the grandstand on the pit side. You know where it is. Checks and photos are waiting for you there for Canada West Door Slammer winner and runner-up.